Another day of beautiful blue skies and warm desert sun here in Glendale, Arizona, and things are heating up inside State Farm Stadium. It's day 2 of our coverage here at Mecum Auctions. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Danielle Trotta. It is so great to have you with us on our new home, ESPN Plus. It's where you'll find us all season long. And today, what you're finding across the block for the next 6 hours is quintessential Mecum DNA. We've got your Corvettes, your Camaros, your Customs, high performance, and of course, the best pickups you can buy. So let's send it over to the block and join our leaders, Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
All right, Danielle Trotta, and one thing we would add to that list, things you don't often see on the auction block. And Bill, we get to start with exactly what I'm talking about, a 1937 Dodge D6.
Again, one of those cars that every now and then will pop up at a Mecum auction. This one has had a full tilt restoration. Inline 6-cylinder for the power, the factory correct 3-speed manual transmission. There's a look at the interior. Look at how beautifully finished that dashboard is, and the paint. In fact, everything about the car really stands up. That's called Regal Maroon. That is a factory Dodge color, big white wall tires, trim rings, center caps. A lot of eyeball on that classic 37 Dodge.
We had a nice bit of a history lesson yesterday with some 30s cars and then into the early 40s and early 50s when they, as you see, that kind of a vertical grille. After about 1939, they started going away from those, and then eventually the fat fenders went away after 49. Really a big era of a dozen years or so of evolution in all different kinds of cars.
Yeah, that whole decade between 41, the beginning of the war, and 51. So much happened to the automotive world.
$20,000 bid on this D6.
You'll learn to like it.
Beautifully done paint. Oh, the restoration is sensational.
It really is. I could only take a guess how many man hours just went into that paint alone. And we don't know what kind of condition that body was in when they began the project. That could have required, quite a bit of effort to get it to look like that. The panels on the car, perfect.
On the Dodge off the block, 19, 20.
$19,000. Jimmy Landis, our auctioneer, in charge of the bid. He's our lead auctioneer. That's Jimmy on the lower left.
19's the bid.
And one of our bid assistants.
I know you pretty well, so that's why I put you in at 20.
Ryan up there, upper left.
You want to give 20 for it? So, $19,000, Ryan Brewer.
And there you go. Ryan is the man. And his bidder is going to drive that Dodge out of here.
Always like to begin our day with a sale.
Absolutely right. Hey, let's make it 2 in a row.
Let's.
Can't sell them all if you don't sell the first one, right?
You are correct, sir.
How about a 61 Impala convertible? And look for some big bidding on this car.
Yeah, because of the build itself by the Goldman Customs gang. So again, underneath that hood, there is a GM Performance 572 big block engine, Richmond 6-speed manual transmission with a good beefy Curry 9-inch rear end to take all that power. 4-wheel disc brakes from Willwood. Pro Auto Customs stitched up that interior vintage air, the I Did It tilt steering column that we see so often, and shot wheels. Yeah, well chosen parts and pieces, great workmanship, and we're well into 6 figures already.
Wow.
Yeah.
140, Route 50, 140's the bid.
Ride height, nice and low, but looks terrific. Triple black.
Yeah, and you're starting out with a great car, 61 Chevy Impala.
Yeah.
A lot to work with there.
How many cubes?
I can't count that high, but it says 572.
I just wanted to hear you read it again.
Oh, yeah.
140 is the bid.
I have 140.
Boy, hard to think of a better looking wheel to go with that.
140.
Oh, man, you said it.
The bright work.
There are a lot of them out there, but...
Yeah, there are so many, and that sort of resembles those Hallebrand kidney bean wheels, but takes that a few steps beyond.
Not quite super low profile, kind of medium profile tires, but that red stripe in there really brings it all together.
We never met a red line tire we didn't like.
That's right. Well, 140, I believe, was the top bid on that car. And we move to a 1987 Corvette. It's a Callaway Corvette, Bill.
Oh, how I remember when these cars hit the scene back in the mid to late 1980s. Reeves Callaway down in Old Lyme, Connecticut, had a fabulous setup down there where they could take a factory Corvette and sprinkle a twin turbo 345 horsepower V8 into it with a Doug Nash manual transmission, and you had a legitimate American supercar. This is one of 184 Corvettes produced with that RPO B2K designation. If you had Callaway do one of these conversions on your Corvette, it still maintained its GM warranty. That tells you just how quality the work was to make these Callaway cars such outstanding performers. Comes with a Callaway certificate of authenticity in case there are any questions. And boy, these cars were head turners wherever they went. Those two twin scoops there on the hood, immediately identifying what you were dealing with.
Sold it at no reserve here at Mecum Glendale. And speaking of Corvettes at no reserve, how about an 08 convertible?
We're going to go factory original with this one. This has got the 6.2 liter, 430 horsepower. That's the LS3 engine. 6-speed automatic with paddle shifting. Yeah, we were beginning to see the paddle shifts work their way into the Corvettes. 3LT equipment group, that's a lot of tasty stuff added to this car. Dual zone climate control, has the head-up display, power telescoping steering column. And that crystal red paint, that's an extra cost option. And look at it. I think it's worth the extra cost.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
So $29,000, Megan Lau. So
Yeah, that'd run you about $750 extra on your price tag back in 2008. Well, you know, it's interesting that we have had just two back-to-back Corvettes here. More than 100 Corvettes are here overall at this event. We'll see close to 30 of them in today's lineup throughout the next 6 hours, Bill. But one thing, in addition to traditional muscle and a lot of performance cars, keep an eye out for the stuff that is in that looks can be deceiving category, right? Because things aren't always as they appear to be. So we'll touch on that when we get to it. What are you looking for in this lineup today?
Well, you mentioned all the Corvettes. We have almost 3 dozen of them alone today here. We might throw in a Ferrari or two. So I'm going to say that ESPN Plus today is the worldwide leader in sports cars.
Oh, okay.
Will you go along with that?
Right along with you on that one.
Okay.
Hey, and how about 1970? How often do we talk about what a big year, a landmark year that was in the original muscle car era 1.0? And I think you've got a car that fits nicely into that slot.
Yeah, I remember back in 1970, the Hemi Cuda just shocked the world. And here's a Hemi Challenger from 1970 that is not factory original by any stretch. Yeah, it's got a Hemi in it, but it's a 535 cubic inch, 600 horsepower. Aftermarket Hemi from Mopar Performance with a shaker hood Tremec 5-speed manual with, look at that, a beautiful pistol grip shifter on it. That's a nice touch. Lots of other go fast parts, including the American racing wheels, and underneath super stock rear springs and correct torsion bars. A lot of effort went into this Challenger, and this car will rip your face off. We're going to see it a little later on here in Glendale.
I love it when you say that.
I know, doesn't it sound cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you see some of the other cars that are here out in the main field, the field level. And let's send it over to Chris Jacobs, who's standing by with one of those cars that we might be talking about by the end of the day. And I'm talking about a potential top seller, Chris.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a possibility, Scott. And this is one that we've all had our eye on. And why is that? Well, not only its status as an American supercar, this is the first year of the modern Ford GT 2005, powered by a 5.0-liter supercharged V8, making 550 horsepower. Now, why is this one special? Well, you can see right there, there's no stripe. That's one of the 4 options. This is a striped Elite. It's only one of 14 that left the factory in red with striped Elite in 2005. What are the other options? Well, you're seeing one of them, the painted calipers. and the Macintosh stereo, which this one is equipped with, is another option. The fourth being the BBS wheels, which these are, but these are cast aluminum. To qualify as one of the options, they have to be forged aluminum. So this GT is a 2-option car of the 4 available. Now, special also, not only because of its rarity, but also because of its low mileage. 134 on the odometer. It's essentially a brand new 20-year-old car. It's going across the block a little bit later today. You know we'll be watching this one, Scott.
Oh, my goodness. You said it, Chris.
You know what's special about that stripe delete? That is stripe delete, 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 because there's no rocker stripes on that Ford GT. And they're standard. So you had to pull a few strings to get both the Le Mans stripes and the rocker stripes not painted on there.
Right, and you want to go even more rare. Only 2 stripe deletes in 05 with, as Chris pointed out, the standard cast aluminum wheels, BBS wheels.
Rarity is scary.
Oh, my goodness. We will see the zeros and dollar signs flying at that car a little bit later on. Thank you, CJ. 2005 Dodge Ram SRT Yellow Fever Edition pickup truck
Yeah.
has arrived. We'll call it Mecum Yellow Fever Edition today.
You know, we see these SRT pickup trucks come through here, rarely in this color. The Yellow Fever editions, only 138 of those were produced out of the 500 altogether. Odometer reads about 1,500 miles, and it's all about the engine. The 8.3-liter V10 right out of the Viper. Sequential fuel injection, the 6-speed manual transmission. I love the fact that this is not the extended cab, because this you could get an automatic or a manual. The extended cab only automatic transmissions. So yeah, this is a very special truck, not only because of the power plant, but the paint.
Okay, the high bid there on that Ram pickup truck, Dodge Ram, $40,000. We are just underway, 6 hours to go here from Mecum Glendale on ESPN+. One of the more than 100 Corvettes here at Mecum Glendale is this one. It's a 1970 LT1. That's a 370 horse 350 with a 4-speed. And this one has the original 4-speed transmission, original rear end assembly as well. It's got some NCRS top flight paperwork included. It's an award-winning car, and that'll be coming up tomorrow here from State Farm Stadium. Don't forget, you can see it all 3 p.m. Eastern on ESPN+.
That's the one everyone wants. 1970, 370 horse. Yep. We'll see a lot of bidding on that car.
Okay. Don't say we didn't warn you, right?
Yeah.
Here's a 2007 GT500, Bill, that has just sold for 21 grand.
Yeah, the number 5 plays big into this car. 5.4-liter, 500 horsepower V8, and it's ticking for about $50,000 back in 2007.
All right, how about this? Chris Jacobs should be able to chime in a little bit on this. Foose 69. It's a 69 Camaro with Chip Foose's magic all over it, right?
Yeah, it's a 2005 collaboration with Unique Performance down in Texas. There's a limited number of these made, and I believe the price tag at the time started with a 2. So well bought at this point. I see the reserve is just coming off, so it's definitely going to sell. Someone's going to get a great car.
Yeah, this is one of those cars where, you know what? You get in it and drive it. It doesn't need anything. Everything that it really needs, anything that anybody would want, it's already been done by the experts.
There it is, $120. That's, wow. Not relatively speaking, a Chip Foose vehicle.
Yep.
Man, that's well bought.
$200,000 build. By the way, it's a 572 crate with 620 horsepower and a 5-speed. Oh, I'm getting excited here. Gee, these cars.
Here we go now with a 1971 Mercedes-Benz. Classic Mercedes-Benz look here on this 280 SL.
Boy, this market just continues to bubble on these cars. This has got that pagoda designation, which is what they call that very formal roofline. 2.8-liter inline 6 with a 4-speed transmission. The color is signal red, and just the charm of these cars just never fades. These will always be desirable to collect. A lot of entry-level Mercedes collectors, you know, will embellish their early collection with one of these cars before they can work their way up to a Gullwing.
Right.
Yes. 69, 70.
Take this out on the highway
69,
or
70,
even through the neighborhood. You're going to get a lot of thumbs up.
Absolutely right.
Anybody else?
69.
70,000. We got him right where he is finished. So if you want to sell it,
69
that's
grand.
what you got. 69, 70, 69, bid. You're going to get 70.
Math don't work very good.
Close the bid at 60.
Yeah, a little under the money for this car, Scott, especially in this condition.
88 is 69.
What do you want, 8%?
Recently completed
Well, the high bid,
comprehensive restoration.
$69,000.
Built for NFL player Vic
So
Beasley.
we're going to
Ford
close it
2078
there.
automatic transmission.
And it
Signed Vic Beasley, jersey
we'll get
number
another
2.
chance, or a continued chance, I should say, over at the bid goes on.
Hey, whoa, stop.
Hold
that
on.
last car. Put
Hold
a sold
on.
sticker on it. Sold that last car. Sold.
All right.
You bought it,
Well,
Alex.
let's get back to the Benz. They just sold it. I think $69,000 was the number.
Well bought.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah, when we get to Monterey, we may see a few of these, and I would venture they'll go for a little bit more money.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Exactly. Totally different crowd in Monterey, isn't it?
You bet.
On to a 69 Camaro now. Not a Chip Foose version, but still something to grab our attention in a big way. Look at that red. It's red all over the place, including the shift knob, Bill.
Oh, my skin is tingling again with a big block, high-end build Camaro. And it's built for an NFL player, Vic Beasley. This was his commission. That's a 427 cubic inch V8, lives in that engine well with an automatic transmission. Red everywhere. Lowered suspension. Rear end mini tub, not a full tub job back there, just the minis. That way you can preserve somewhat of a back seat. And you've still got room to put monster rubber on big wheels underneath there without chopping out the wheel wells.
Put him at 5, bid. You're going to get 7. Now 70. At 70, put him at 70, bid. You're going to get 72. At 70, bid. You're going to get 2. You're going to get 2. You're going to get 2. You're going to get 72. 75, 77. At 77, 80. At 80, bid. You're going to get 80. You're going to get 80. You're going to get 80,000. At 80,000, 2. 82. Reserve is off. 82.
There it is.
85,
Reserve comes off $82,000.
At 87, bid. $90,000. At $90,000, you're going to get 90, bid. 92.
Vic Beasley, by the way, a 6-year NFL veteran, played most of his career in Atlanta, spent some time in Tennessee and in Las Vegas with the Raiders, where he closed out his career. Defensive end.
Could have played a game or two right in this building.
He probably did.
We'll give 97. I'm pretty sure I can get 100 out of him.
Feel good about it too, Joe.
You want to give 97? So,
Boy, the dish on those rear wheels is
Oh, look at the side. I know those alloy wheels.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That's like Hot Wheels kind of big wheels.
Exactly. I think you're right on.
Yeah.
All right, that one sells for $95,000. Chris Jacobs, what have you for us?
Scott, when can a Grand National kick the booty of a GNX? Well, when it's been hopped up performance-wise in a major way. No, this is not the 3.8-liter sequential fuel-injected turbo. This is a 6.2-liter supercharged engine that puts out 556 horsepower. Wow, Willwood brakes all the way around. What I love about this build is it's just been customized aesthetically enough. You're seeing those 18-inch GNX style wheels. The interior, really all that's been done is a cool blacked out steering wheel and that Alpine head unit touchscreen in between the seats there. But other than that, and there's a gauge cluster upgrade too. Other than that, it's all stock GN inside. So this is a sleeper for sure. And what a cool build it is. I got to shout out the guys from right here in Phoenix, Goodfellows Classic Cars, who did this build. And man, it's magnificent. Also, it's just a hardtop. No sunroof, no T-tops, which I love because what does that mean? No leaks. Clean, sleek. This is a serious contender right here. Going across the block in just a little bit, Scott.
Well, you know, Chris, that falls into the category I mentioned. Looks can be deceiving. You wouldn't think that engine would be in that car, but it is. We'll see it coming up in a little while. Welcome back to State Farm Stadium here at Mecum Glendale on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke. You know, we're very happy once again to partner with National Parts Depot again in 2025. Man, they have been around for a long, long time, actually nearly 50 years as the largest restoration parts supplier in the industry. Right now, Bill, we have a chance to catch up with an interview he did with a very special guest just a little while ago.
Yeah, down here in the staging lanes with Colin Date. He's the marketing director for National Parts Depot. And Colin, you're holding something a lot of people that are restoring their Camaros may not even know about, maybe didn't even know they needed. Tell us what that is.
It's true. This strange looking part here, Bill, is a bucket seat lower frame cover for 73 to 81 Camaros and Firebirds. And NPD manufactured, NPD exclusive. So we've made sure this thing is exactly like the OE part. It's got all the correct bands, curves, cutouts, correct grain, and even the correct sheen of black. Let me show you how it works.
Yeah, it's real easy. This is like a 1-minute installation.
Flip your seat back. That we're talking about this part here. This is one that can get kicked and cracked and scuffed over the years. The striker frame bolts for the back seat get pulled out with a Torx head screwdriver. This piece slips in. The striker screw back in, and that's it. Very easy, exactly like the original part. It can be painted any color you want, any of the factory colors that Camaro came in with MPD's full line of SEM color paints.
Camaros, Firebirds.
Absolutely, Camaro and Firebird, 73 to 81.
Well, I've been in and out of a lot of back seats in my life, so it's good to know that we have one of those now.
Well,
thanks, Colin.
All right, thank you.
And don't forget the NPD catalog. That's where you find all the parts and pieces you need for your restoration project.
And that is our NPD preview for today. And again, that website, nationalpartsdepot.com. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Bill. Oh, by the way, we want to get back to the block now and check out a 1956 Thunderbird that is rolling down the red carpet here.
Like a piece of jewelry. Now the gang at Okoboji Classic Cars out in Iowa did the restoration on this little baby bird. It's been upgraded engine-wise, now has a 351 Windsor in it with 215 horse and a rare manual transmission, 3-speed, but it's not going to sell right now anyway.
Bid goes on $35,000. And next up, oh baby, 1956, same year as the T-Bird, but this is in a whole different league. Not to disrespect the Thunderbird by any stretch, but when you say Eldorado Barrettes, man, you've said a mouthful.
Yeah, the ultimate trim level on the 1956 Cadillac was the Eldorado Barrettes like this one. And again, the guys at Okoboji Classic Cars out in Iowa did the restoration on this, and it stands up just as well as the one on the bird we saw. As far as this car is concerned, only 2,150 of these were produced in 1956. Got the 365 V8 in it, which was the first year for that engine in the Caddy. 2 4-barrels with the original Batwing air cleaner. Just let you take a close look at this Cadillac, which redefined the word luxury back in the mid-50s.
My goodness, did
this
it
was
ever.
aspirational, I'll tell you. It's got the hard parade boot, Continental tire in the back, turbine wheels. Yep, money car.
Look at the chrome right at the window line there. If you're driving around Phoenix and your arm hanging out the window, that's going to get pretty hot.
Yeah, what's that I smell? Oh, it's me. Yeah.
Oops.
Yep.
Oh, what a car that is. My goodness. 1990 Chevrolet pickup truck. Yeah, this is the one that everybody wanted back then, the 454 SS, and that's correct. It's not SS 454, which we are so accustomed to saying when we're talking about Chevrolet vehicles. This is the right thing.
Yeah, and you'll still hear people call these the SS 454, but the truth is the 454 in this truck nowhere near the monster engines that we saw back in the 1970s with a 454. This is 230 horsepower with a 3-speed automatic. You know, there's not a lot of weight over the rear end, so you could still smoke those tires with that 454. This one has only 12 miles on it. The original window sticker is still affixed to it. And a lot of plastic preservation on the interior around the bucket seats and elsewhere. still has the original tires on it, and that's why, as you look at the tote board, why it is bidding at this level.
You said 12 miles.
Yes, sir. 12 miles.
Should point out that this is one of the vehicles in the tag-along low mileage collection.
There you go, hence the name.
Exactly, and you will not believe the next vehicle, which is also in that group. But look at this, $75,000 at no reserve. By the way, we have about 70, a little bit more than that, 70 vehicles today that are selling at no reserve in our lineup. Just file that away.
How important is mileage when determining the value of a vehicle? People ask all the time, what are the factors that determine the value of a car? And you can talk about condition, you can talk about the history, you can talk about its mechanical condition, but mileage, look at those 4 GTs we looked at a little earlier.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That's one of the first things we learned, back in 2008, 9 when we started doing these auctions, how much on the Ford GT I'm talking about, the mileage can influence a car, because on those cars, 1,000 miles used to be considered kind of high mileage,
Right.
The one we have today, later on, 134 miles. So that'll bring some money. Look at this, 82 grand.
Yeah.
Wow.
And where you're going to find another 12-mile 454 SS pickup truck? Good luck.
Well, you think 12 miles is low. How about this? Double the mileage of that 454 SS, but still only 23 miles on this 89 Blazer. Holy cow.
23 miles. This is a beater compared to that 454 SS. Original dealer plastic, as we saw on the pickup truck, still in place. Original window sticker. That's got the 5.7 V8, fuel injected, 4-speed automatic, has overdrive. Original gray paint. That hardtop is removable, gray interior. Plenty of options. Power windows and locks, AM/FM radio, cruise control, tinted glass. It's got the preferred equipment group. It's loaded, it's puffed out, but it's only got 23 miles.
When's the last time you've seen 6 figures on an 89 Blazer?
Only when it was towing a Lamborghini.
Right.
107.5. I'm at 107.5. 107 pounds and 510. 110. Going to be 10. George, 110.
107.5.
110.
And we're not finished.
Give 110. 112.5.
A lot of times we're asked by people, if you bought something like this with such low mileage, would you drive it? No, you're not going to put any more miles on that truck.
Not this one. I mean, there's a point where you got to draw the line.
115 by next hole, and he was weak on the last shot. Let's try
The value of a vehicle is inversely proportional to the mileage. More miles, less value. Pretty simple.
$112,500. Essentially brand new from 1989.
I would have no idea what the world record would be for one of those.
I don't know.
That may be it. In the running, at least.
Well, if this was a beater, as you said it was, the next one has got to be a barn find comparatively. This 1990 K1500 Chevy, it's got 1,250 miles on it.
Yeah, time to turn it in. Right. Oh, boy. This is fun. This is great to see these vehicles in such perfect, pristine condition because of the odometer reading. Yep, 5.7 V8, and this as well with a 4-speed automatic. 4-wheel drive, dual range transfer case in it. Color crimson red, pretty color. It's got the factory alloy wheels on it, as you can see.
Here's an interesting thing, Bill. I have no idea where these trucks are going, and no idea who's buying them or where they'll end up. But let's just say, for example, they do stay here in the Phoenix, Glendale area. The chances of them staying in this condition are a lot better than if you take them up to the upper Midwest or something.
Yeah, no, that's true. With the dry air, it's going to help preserve them.
All right, $43,000 for that 1990 Chevy pickup. Another vehicle from the tag-along low mileage collection. This is a 95 Chevy Tahoe.
25,000 miles on this one as we're progressively moving up, but still unquestionably a fabulous truck. Look at the under hood area there. Not a speck of grease or grime, and everything about it is just outstanding.
This might be drivable. This you could probably take out and drive.
Yeah, you probably, and you know what? You would be stupid not to,
right?
Because that's a truck that you would be proud to drive anywhere.
27, 45 to be at 27, 27 pounds.
Black point paint with factory alloys. Just a great look.
27, 30.
27K now.
30, now 35 pounds and out of bed. 32 to 35 pounds and out of bed. Good 5, 35, 37 pounds and anybody else 37.
Boy, you continue to just see these all over the road nowadays, don't you? The evolution of the Tahoe and that big luxury SUV.
It just goes to show you really the quality of the build from the factory on these trucks, that they last so long. And there's some maintenance involved, obviously, like every automobile. But you're right, the lifespan of these trucks, very impressive.
And this one gavels for $40,000. All right, next up is the 73 Z28 that you and Colin were talking about in the NPD preview just a little while ago.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to actually talk about the car itself. The 73 Z28, as you see right here. This has not been driven, you might say, excessively. About 29,000 miles on the odometer. It's got the 350. And unfortunately, like the LT1 Corvette, the horsepower ratings on these engines going into decline like everything else in the early 70s. This was a time when high horsepower out of Detroit was really hard to find. This one with an automatic transmission, dark red outside with white stripes, and the houndstooth cloth interior, which of course harkens back to the earlier generation of the Z28. Strong money too, closing in now at $40,000.
And last call, 38. 38, got 37, 38, 38,000, 39,000, 39,000 so down a bit, 38, 39, now 9, 39, 38, 39, 39,000, negative 30, 40, 40, 40, 40, 39, 40, 40,000, I'm going to be 40, 40, 39.5, 40, 40,000 out of bed, 39.5, 40, 40, higher negative 40,000 out of bed, 39.5, 40, 40,000 out of bed, 100 out of that, 40 bed, you want to get 40 Nick? Last call, 39.5, 40. So 39,500 out of 39.5 breaks one.
Well, 39.5, love it. Z28, man, that's always going to get attention, isn't it?
When are they going to bring back the Camaro?
Welcome back to Mecum Auctions in Glendale, Arizona. Hanging out here in the staging lanes inside of State Farm Stadium. Ton of cool customs at this auction, including this bad boy right here. This is a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle. Underneath the hood is an LS2 swap, backed up by a Tremec 5-speed transmission. Willwood master cylinder and brakes all the way around. Really cool rocket racing wheels wrapped up in neat-toe tires. And how about this color? It's actually a Dodge color known as Destroyer Gray, and not just the body, the bumper, all of the trim and moldings all done up beautifully in Destroyer Gray. Rear view mirrors and the door handles and the key locks done in black. Full TMI interior. Got Dakota gauge clusters. Very, very cool build. This is an awesome car, man. Of course, the stripes on the hood picking up the black accents all the way around. Just another amazing custom here in Glendale. It's going to be coming across the block a little bit later, Scott.
Okay, you can never give us TMI on that car, Chris Jacobs. Thank you, buddy. Now that'll make a left-hand turn and head our way shortly. While we were in the break, I want to bring you up to date. We talked about the big money on an 89 Blazer with low mileage. How about this one, Bill? 1970 K5 Blazer with Corvette LS1 power, just hammered for $135,000 a little bit ago.
What a phenomenal restoration job. I got a list of all that they did to this truck, and I could count it all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. I can't do it. It's just too long. So much fantastic workmanship, which actually justifies that sale price.
Yeah, 135 grand. Okay, now on to a 66 El Camino, front and center here at State Farm Stadium.
And very tasty in the powertrain here. This has got the 396 in it, which was not something we see very often here in this vintage of the El Camino. Usually you see a small block in there. It's the 325 horsepower 396 with an upgraded turbo hydromatic in it to handle the big block power. Factory air, power steering and brakes, heavy duty suspension, front and rear sway bars. Yep, so well thought out. And the finished product that you see before you is going to go to the bid goes on desk.
We don't see an El Camino Deluxe very often, do we?
No, that's another unusual trim level for these trucks.
45K, beautiful.
Yep.
Another Cadillac Series 62. And the Series 62 nomenclature actually began in 1941 for Cadillac, and if memory serves, ran all the way to 1964, and it was kind of how they landed on the numbering scheme, I'm not sure, but it was one step up from the Series 61.
Yes.
Kind of the entry level.
Yeah, the Series 60 was the basis for the Series 62, and late 61 into, well, it began in okay. Let's stop for a minute here. It ended in 64, began in 1940. You said 41, but it was late 40, so it's kind of like a mushy thing. That was well explained, wasn't it?
It's a lot of alphanumeric soup going on there.
That's correct. Anyway, still a striking car in 1962. By now, the fin mania was calming down quite a bit on these Cadillacs. But look at that character fin at the bottom of the taillight that runs almost the entire length of the car. Just styling touches from Bill Mitchell's styling department at GM. Art and Color are responsible for so many of these styling cues that have survived the ages.
26-7.
Such a look. 26 grand is the bid. The internet, Megan has actually a couple of internet bidders online.
28 pounds and out of bid. All in, all done. Last call, 9.
Top is down, thank you. Just drink in that luxury of that interior. That's another thing about those GM cars back in the day, those interiors.
Oh my goodness.
Beautifully designed. And of course, that was when chrome was the way everybody dolled up the inside of their automobiles, that dashboard, instrument panel, everything.
It's like a living room couch on wheels.
Yeah, the comfort,
29, 20.
you know, and also the durability. We see so many of these original interiors in these older GM cars that have held up so well.
Okay, 29,000 buys the Series 62. A little bit of extra love given to this 1969 Camaro in the engine room, suspension, and elsewhere, Bill.
Yeah, that's a big block right there. Probably a 454 automatic transmission. Power disc brakes. It'll go and stop. Interior, that's been all reworked, as you can see. Got that diamond pattern, seat inserts, that deep dark black paint. Matches beautifully with the inside you just saw.
I do see a blacked out 396 badge.
Yes.
But as the professor always told us, never trust a badge, right?
Yeah, and they're not telling us what the displacement is on this Camaro.
I know.
Yeah, those are powder-coated pieces you noticed there, Scott, on the outside. So chrome, not going to do it.
Okay. Let's move on. The modern iteration of a Camaro legend here. 2013 ZL1.
Yeah, ZL1, huh? That was that engine that debuted in 1969 in the Camaro, the all-aluminum 427. They built 69 of them that year, became drag racing legends immediately. And of course, you know, the 1969 Camaro that we're looking at right now, it's not 69.
2013.
2013. Do you want to go back and explain the Series 62 again? Maybe I ought to do that. Yeah, no, this is an outstanding build. This has got what they call the murdered look. It's black everywhere, black outside, inside, even on the top. 580 horse out of that 6.2-liter supercharged Chevy engine. Automatic has a 6-speed. Posi rear end, nav system. Go fast pieces and comfort and convenience features as well. It's an all-around build.
Boy, that's pretty sinister.
Oh yeah, whenever you go black everywhere. Lex Luthor ought to be driving.
Right. $27,000 is strong enough to buy that ZL1. Now a 12-year-old, almost 13-year-old car. Well, I mentioned yesterday that we have more than 20 Ferraris in the building and around the building here in Glendale. Here's one of them, a 2014 458 Spider.
11 years old, but it could fool anybody. You know, you could drive this Ferrari anywhere, and you could tell them it's fresh from Maranello, and you could convince them. But no, it's a 2014 458 Spider. That 458 was kind of like a bread and butter Ferrari. You know, while that was in the marketplace, 562 horse, 4.5 liter V8 engine with that Formula One inspired dual clutch 7-speed automatic transmission. Scuderia Shields, oh, so many options. You see the white red leather interior. Other touches, a colored upper dashboard. It's got a front dashboard trim on it as well. Manatino F1 mode controls on the steering wheel. That's another thing about modern day Ferrari. So much technology. So different from the ones that we saw 50 or 60 years ago that was so simplistic in their platform. Now, again, it's that Formula One technology and the electronics.
It's got F1 traction control as well as a couple of items that you mentioned, and that leads to another point. If you've never driven one of these and you end up buying one, make sure you take the class. Get somebody to explain exactly what the car will do.
Okay, well, we can't do that with that then. I'm trying to net 275.
250.
Hey, how you doing?
$260,000. Last call. 250,000. Here, 260,000.
Okay, guys.
Only about 5,600 miles on that Ferrari.
Right. Well, hard to say how close they are when you're talking about money in this neighborhood, but $250,000, $250,000 is the bid, and it will head to the bid goes on while we check out a 1958 Corvette Custom. And look at what they've done here on a 58 Vet, Bill.
Showtime. Yeah, this is full custom all the way. Where do we begin? That's the power plant. LS1 rated at 500 horsepower. Tremex 6-speed manual transmission. You saw the big block 67 Corvette scoop that's been added to the hood. There's the interior. There's not an original part or piece to be found. Restitched buckets with ventilated seat cushions, chrome alloys all the way around. Show-worthy black paint, and you do see a lot of the originality has been maintained on this car. Although it is a 58 Corvette, you'll notice no trunk irons. They're gone.
And that custom 67-ish big block hood takes out the louvers as well. And we are in the 200 grand territory. The reserve is off.
First year of possibly the most beautiful Corvette taillights too. Those 58, they're just so perfect, the design of those.
Last call.
Yeah, right. So perfect. 59s had him, 60s had him, stuck with it till 61.
Modern quad exhaust pipes at the back end.
Yeah, you see those on the modern Corvettes.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't see him in 1958. All right, $190,000. And that, everyone, is our top seller of the day thus far. Back with more in a moment. Well, as big as State Farm Stadium is, still needs some tent storage outside to accommodate the more than 2,000 vehicles that are here in the Valley this weekend. As we welcome you back into the stadium, we are on field level in the north end zone pretty much, and getting set to cross the block is a 68 Mustang total custom Gulf livery to boot. How about that?
Well, it kind of fits. In 1968, the Ford GT won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in Ford Heritage livery, just like that one. Of course, the Gulf colors, the blue and orange. And now we transfer that to a 68 Mustang Fastback. That you just saw was the Illuminator XS 5-liter engine, big power, and a comprehensive build by Robert Braun of South Carolina. Great work all the way through. Tremec 6-speed, 8.8-inch rear end. I mean, it's got all the best parts and pieces on it, but it's not going to sell.
High bid, 90 grand. On to a 1965 Corvette. Nothing customized about this one. This is the real deal here.
Yeah, because it's an NCRS top flight car.
Bingo.
It is right on in terms of originality. Matching numbers, L76, that's that 365 horsepower small block 327 that debuted a year earlier in 64. Matching numbers engine, matching numbers M20, Muncie 4-speed. All the right codes on everything. The AN code, 355 ratio posi rear end. And it even has the NCRS top flight judging sheets, so you can see what exactly that car scored when it was evaluated by the NCRS guys. Knockoff wheels, oh yeah, gold striped tires.
75 pounds, 80 pounds head, and 75, 80 pounds and all.
The last real year in this generation for a lot of small block options, because in 66 you were only down to 2 small block options in 66. Here you had 5.
Right, and that was the transition that began in 65 with the 396. 66, you had the 427,
Exactly.
2 versions of that.
Right.
So yeah, the small block cars were kind of getting pushed aside by the guys that wanted the big power.
But they're still very, very popular, desirable today.
Hey, an L79, 66. I don't know anybody who would sneeze at one of those.
No doubt. Here's one of our Ferraris. It's a 2001 360 Spider. Spider means the open top.
3.6 liter V8. You know, it sounds kind of strange to be talking about a Ferrari and a V8. You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
12-cylinder was so well connected to the Ferrari for so long, but those V8 engines, they don't have to make excuses for anything. Very powerful, very fast cars. Seemed like whenever Ferrari debuted a new street car, it was faster than the one that it replaced, and so it goes even until this day. Has a radar detector and a jammer. Now, why do you think someone would want that in their Ferrari? I don't get that. Yeah, that color's called Galliano Modena. Nero leather interior.
They point the detector at the jammer and let them fight it out.
Yeah, they explode the mushroom cloud or something.
Well, you need that if you're going to go fast, because, I mean, even in pitch dark, you can see this car coming a mile away.
Right.
Yeah, even though it's a V8, they love showing it off. I love that Ferrari touch of the clear rear and seeing that beautiful, beautiful piece of machinery underneath.
Might be getting close to the money on this. We'll see.
$67 is bid, and for now, at least 67 will be the last bid.
Yeah, I think if we got to 70, that would have the consignor thinking a little bit.
Right. Might not sell it, but at least they'd be considering.
Yeah, they'd be at least in the neighborhood.
So we'll let that one go. 67 was the high bid. Here is now a 1968 Olds Cutlass coming up on the block.
Paint Job Hall of Fame, first ballot inductee sitting right before you. Look at that brandy wine.
I'll agree.
Yep. Beautiful. Multi-stage polyurethane paint. That's the House of Color brandy wine. Probably one of the top choices for builders for so long. Just stunning. Underneath, 455 big block Oldsmobile engine made into an automatic transmission. But really, even though it's a quality build, that paint job, you can't get beyond that. American Racing wheels, some upgrades underneath, Hotchkiss suspension pieces, and the custom wheels there, sort of replicating the super stock Oldsmobile wheels, and a larger diameter version with 5 spokes.
Wow. In true House of Color fashion, it just changes as it goes across under the lights. Such a beautiful color.
And here's the thing, you know, even with that beautiful paint, you mentioned some of the modern pieces underneath, Bill. You can go out and drive this car, have fun with it.
Oh, sure. Just don't follow a dump truck loaded with gravel.
Correct.
You don't want that to happen.
No, you're right. $39,000. Wow, that's, I'd say that's a pretty good deal that the buyer got on that 68 Cutlass.
They paid for the paint job and they get the car for free.
Yeah. Okay, here is Bill's 1970 Challenger convertible that he previewed for us at the beginning of the show. And something tells me, I know partially at least, why you picked this car.
You're looking at it right now. That crate, 600 horsepower. Also has a Tremec transmission with a pistol grip shifter. They preserved that, which I think is great. Great color choice there with a yellow contrasting black interior. Those are American racing wheels. Those look like those Weld drag racing wheels, but those are American racing wheels. And it's Sharon's Hemi, in case you were wondering, as we can see right there.
Interesting that you point out the crate motor, Bill. This has the 5th digit in the VIN is a G. And I believe that means that this car might have been born with a 318 in the engine room.
Well, we do know it was not born with a Hemi, that's for sure.
That's correct. 1970, the G was a 318.
Yep. So a nice upgrade, a well-done Challenger here.
I was double-checking because in 68 and 69, G was a 383. Mopar switched it up in 70 and made the G a 318.
Yeah, you know why? Because they knew in 2025, guys like us would be trying to decode it all,
down to the
right?
details.
Yep.
They knew that the geeks would be taking over by now.
Well, $65,000. That is not going to be enough to buy that modern Hemi-equipped Challenger. And so bid goes on. We'll take a look at it. 1955 Chevy Cameo pickup is coming up next.
Oh, poetry in motion. Back in 1955, GM was already beginning to think that maybe we need to combine the practicality of a pickup truck with the aesthetics of the automobile, and this is what they came up with. Limited production model outer fenders and tailgate in fiberglass. 350 Cube ZZ4 crate engine with some interior upgrades like an LT1 roller cam. Got an Edelbrock carburetor, and as we look at the rest of the truck here, how about that white paint? Just beautifully applied front and back. No pinstripe, no graphics, just that red stretches from the back of the cab down into the pickup bed. Upgraded wheels with beautiful Chevy center caps and wide trim rings. Lowered ride height. Frame has been modified, independent front suspension. Nicely done.
Restore truck. Gotta have something, guys.
Air 90,000 a bit. 87, 90,000, and then get a bit of a 90 bit, and now 90 down, get a bit of a 90 down, get a bit of a 90, get a bit of a 90, 88.
Here's that 700 R4 automatic transmission again, a favorite. with builders.
Been around for almost ever, I think.
And of course, it was supplanted by all of these electronic overdrive automatics, 4L60E, 4L65, and so forth.
Your bidders at 87, right? 90,000 a bid. Eight of us here, 90,000. 87 a bid. $90,000 on it. 90,000 a bid. 90,000 a bid. $90,000. Anything else not going to bid 90,000. On the Cameo, 90,000 a bid. $90,000. 90,000 a bid. Not going to bid 90 bid. Not going to bid a bid of a 90 and a half. Not going to bid a bid of 90,000 it is.
We got 85,000.
all we got.
Folks, get ready if you're in the market for that pickup.
That's
Hold on your
85.
hat. Because
No.
$90,000.
I don't have that. All I got is 85. Yes, sir.
90,000.
Yep.
Reserves hot. $90,000.
Thank you.
90,000. 90,000 a bid. And now not going to be a bit of a cut of a 90 bid. Not going to the last call. 90,000. Sold 85. Sold.
Deal made. $85,000 for that Bombay Ivory Pearl 1955 Cameo pickup.
Well, Bill, coming up next, 2015 Ferrari F12 Berlinetta, and this fits more into that traditional Ferrari lineup that you were talking about earlier. You would expect a V12 in a car like this, and you've got it.
Yeah, that front engine V12 GT superstructure is something that, boy, Ferrari hang their head on for a long time. Odometer reads less than 5,000 miles, 731 horsepower V12, displacement 6.3 liters. That's Nero black on the outside. Has a Scuderia shields, which collectors like to see. Beige interior. And all of the electronics that Ferrari could wire into their automobiles in 2015 you'll find in this car.
You know, that's a front engine car, as you mentioned, but it's almost kind of a front mid-engine car, because what they did, the engineers, with the weight distribution, they pushed more than half of it back to the rear axle.
220.
Well, you know, you remember the Daytona, Ferrari Daytona. When they were building those, they had a front engine and rear transaxle, and that sort of began that thought process, as you say, to balance how the car sat. So that kind of technology has been around for a while.
This is a successor, the F12, to the 599, and this is the final year, actually. It ran from 2012 to 2015, and boy, I tell you, those who've driven it rave about how well this car behaves on the road.
Yeah, that 599 too, that was a supercar any way you wanted to measure. What a screamer.
How about this? The reserve is off. $220,000, our number one car today and for the entire week thus far. And there it is. Matt Morvek with the hammer. $220,000.
A non-red Ferrari.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have a couple that fit that category, including a green one with white interior that's coming up.
Oh, I saw that.
That's incredible.
Oh, that's a photo op all day long.
Yep. Okay, speaking of photo ops, completely different way, but this one is, you want to get a selfie with an Elky? Sure. 1959 El Camino.
Unique, unique, unique. Look at the bidding already. And well, look at the engine and look at the detail on that engine. That's a 409, which has been stroked to 481 cubic inches. I never knew a 409 could take that much stroke. Yow! This was built by Kel Custom and Rick's Fab Shop, by the way. Hey, another 700 R4 automatic, the transmission choice. That color is Gothic gold and satin beige. So unusual.
I thought you were going to say it's 700 R4 automatic o'clock.
At some point, I might.
It might be.
Oh, what a shame. We're not going to sell it on the block. Maybe a bid goes on. But really, one of the more unusual El Caminos we've seen.
Well, here's a 1970 C10 Cheyenne for us out here in the valley.
Well, think of everything you could do to a 1970 Chevy C10 in terms of customization, and you'll find it here. Power LS3, 525 horsepower, GM Performance 6.2. Frame off, nut and bolt rotisserie restoration. That's a blown engine, by the way. It's got a Whipple on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's serious.
No 700 R4 here, the 4L80 in this.
Okay.
So we moved the clock ahead a little bit. Yeah, so much to love about this truck.
Bill, I mean, digital gauges.
Yeah.
Vintage air, big sound. This is a little pro touring C10 just about.
Yeah, like I said, my opening remarks, think of everything you could do to customize a truck like this, and they did it. Electronics, everything. Hands-free cell charging station in it.
Wow.
Yeah. Backup camera. Great sound system with an integrated head unit.
117.5, take it off.
Kicker amp.
Reserve is off too at 117.5.
Fresh miles on it too since the restoration. It's hardly been driven at all. The restoration was recent.
Looking at the truck though, wheels and tires are about all that tips you off to what's going on.
Very conservative on the outside.
Now you both had a drink. You want to reconsider? 127.5. What do you refresh now? 127.5.
Like a Snickers on the outside. Chocolate candy bar. Look inside. Whoa, what's all this?
Oh, man. I'm glad we have a commercial break coming up because I'm hungry now.
You know, when you're hungry, you're not you.
That's true. $125,000. What a pickup truck that is. Just a sample of what we have for you here in Glendale. Welcome back to State Farm Stadium here in Glendale, Arizona, home of the Arizona Cardinals. That's our 303 staging lane at the opposite end of the field. Actually, that would be in the bleacher area if they rolled the field in and set up the bleachers. We're on the other end as we continue with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. And our first vehicle out of the break here is a 56 Ford F100. About 110 yards from that opening shot in this segment.
Well, that's a nice little factoid there. Thank you. Wow, huh? Another show truck here. Just drink this in. 56 Ford F100. Got a Coyote engine, yes. That 32-valve V8 has a custom air intake and a Ford 6-speed manual transmission with a Get-Trag floor shifter. Ooh, someone thought about this project well and hard before this whole thing began. Mustang 2 front end, great drivability, power steering and power front disc brakes, power windows, cruise control, everything to make you comfortable in that truck, but doubt that's going to get much street duty. That is a show truck right there. Sirius radio, XM satellite radio in there.
77's enough to lift the reserve.
Yeah, and a lot more money went into the build, as we see so many times. Hardwood oak bed in the back. Stainless steel exhaust. Well chosen parts.
Now I'll bring F128, a 2015 Camaro SS.
77 ends up being the hammer price. Okay, remember at the beginning of the show, I kind of gave everybody a heads up about things aren't always as they seem. It looks like a 69 Chevelle, but this is actually a 2015 Camaro with that custom bodywork. It's kind of a cool build.
Yes, it's something. I'm not sure exactly when this began, but we have seen how there are builders out there that will take a modern platform, drivetrain, chassis, suspension, and put a body on it that reflects unit Corvettes. And here we have a classic Chevelle. We've seen even Mustangs that have taken on that treatment as well. Very cleverly done, and usually the workmanship is top-notch. So this 69 Chevelle look-alike is built on a 2015 Camaro platform. 2,000 hours of labor dedicated to making this switchover. Yeah, 6.2-liter V8, automatic transmission. Excellent finish work on the paint job, as you can see.
This, if you turn the Clone Ranger loose on this, he might go into a tizzy.
He might have to retire. Be the end of him. And to my eye, that is not a convertible top. It just looked, I guess it is a convertible top, but that could even be a lookalike. Who knows?
Very true. $47,000. That is cool.
Yeah.
Here's a 1956 Nomad on the auction block. This has been subjected to a lot of custom work itself.
Yeah, you can see that from 50 feet away. Excellent job on this 502 crate motor, fuel injection, courtesy of AZ Speed and Marine. GM 4L80E, electronic overdrive transmission, 10-bolt rear end, 390 posi rear. The paint, yikes. Beautiful metallic candy green, almost like a green apple green, with a contrasting white and a tan interior. Inside, Armando's custom upholstery, responsible for that beautiful interior work. Keyless entry. Steering column has been replaced with the I Did It unit. Stereo, big power there. JL audio amps with a kicker solo barrack subwoofer. Oh, where's my Metallica CD? Probably not a CD now. I'm dating myself. I guess I have a flash drive or a USB.
Bluetooth. You can Bluetooth it, you know. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of a giant apple-flavored, green-colored Jolly Rancher candy.
Yes.
Yeah?
And you are hungry.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh, so cool. All right, let us check in with Danielle Trotta, who is standing by in the 303 staging lane. What's going on over there?
Well, Scott, this is about 2 cars away from finding you on the block, and she is beautiful. A 1963 Corvette Custom convertible split window coupe. I showed you one from Carl Customs yesterday. This is another out of Carl's shop. Of the 30 produced on a 2009 chassis, this is number 8 of a 30 produced bunch. 6.2-liter, 430 horsepower, LS3 V8 engine, 6-speed manual transmission. And guys, this one is highly optioned. It has all the bells and whistles. I want to take you to the front end and ask you a question. Now, this is a custom hood, obviously, but about 6 inches wider, guys, I think. I wanted to ask you, Bill, obviously, I think wider than a 63, but even from a 2009, a body style perspective, the front end looks pretty wide to me.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why that body is wide is for the chassis underneath. They had to accommodate that the underpinnings of the late model Corvette, so that's why the body has to be stretched a bit.
A 6-figure car all day long, guys. Looks like estimated value north of $120,000. Scott, it's coming to the block right now.
Okay, we'll see it shortly. Thank you, Danielle. And in the meantime, we will take a look at this 2022 Shelby Super Snake. We're going to do that in a moment, but before we get to that car, they were working on this 1930 Ford Custom Roadster, complete, total custom build, and it's now at $73,000.
Outstanding hot rod. BBT Customs out of Mahomet, Illinois, responsible for the build. A little Ford 302 for power with a Ford automatic transmission with overdrive. Color choice that is just a fantastic, like a light metallic green color, and the interior all leather, tan, with chrome, stainless, powder coating from front to back, top and bottom. Wow.
It's pretty choice.
Yeah.
Found a new home here today, too. So now we get to the 22 Shelby Super Snake.
Oh, danger comes in many forms, and certainly this car could be described as such. A 825 horsepower Coyote V8 out of that 5-liter Ford engine with a Whipple supercharger which has to take a lot of the responsibility for that power output. 6-speed manual transmission, out back a torsion rear end with 373 gears. Brembo brakes, we see those so much now on these high-end, high-performance cars. They'll stop you. Shelby pieces on the suspension. And the independent rear suspension has got Shelby half shafts. That's been beat to a pulp by that engine, but it will hold whatever you throw at it.
Now 5.
80
is your question. 82, 85,
is the bid.
82, 85, 82, 85.
Yep, Shelby branded Borla exhaust system on that. That's going to have a great sound to it too, man. And a little over 3,000 miles showing on the odometer.
83 back there, Laura. 83,000 a bid. 82. 83. 82 bid. 83,000. 83.
I understand we can only do what the crowd is bidding. I can't make that happen right now. Right now we're bid at 83 is where we're bid now.
We just found out. 85, 87 a bid. 85, 87 a bid. 85, 87 a bid. Thank you. Now 90,000. Now 90,000 bid.
It takes.
Communication great. 87 a bid. $90,000.
Sir, we're at 80. We're at 87.
90,000 a bid. Now 90,000. 90,000 a bid. 90,000 a bid.
So hold on. I know we're getting closer. We're just working the crowd as much as we can.
That's Gus Kozart on the lower left talking with the consignor on the other end of the phone.
So
90,000 a bid. You want to get $90,000 on that Super Snake? 3,000.
We know it's a. What if I net you 85, sir, and get it done there? If I get you net 85. I can't give you something I don't have, but I can't give you. I can net you 85. We need to make a little on the deal.
Let's try. You want to try 80? We could do 90,000 is what we need.
I understand, but I can net you 85.
90,000 is what we need.
I think so. I think
Come on, give me 90. I think we can get this done if we can get 90.
I know. All right, sir. Well, we're kind of at the end of the run here, so it's. Yeah, I can net you 85 right now. With the cars off the block, and we.
What?
90. Yeah. Hang on here.
90.
Net 85.
All right, that's Daniel Hatchett, the tall guy standing up. He's with a bidder, and they're in at 90,000.
Okay, sir.
So you hear both sides of the negotiation going on.
$3,000 netted you what you wanted, and it's for sale now.
Okay, the car's not for sale. You want to give 92 anyway? It's an idea. It's worked twice, actually. $92,000. You want it? And I'd have sold it for $90,000. Sold $90,000. Daniel.
All right, there we
now
go.
Offering up
That's kind of a cool insight.
Took a little arm wrestling, but you know what? We got to the finish line.
It's okay, right? And a great car. 90 grand buys it.
And how about a shout out for Daniel Hatchett, one of the more talented photographers here at Mecum.
Yes.
Responsible for a lot of the photography and the promotional materials.
Well, and he's actually moved over from doing photography now, is doing consignments full time. And every once in a while he'll get the camera out still and maybe
I'm
take
going to
some
hire him
photos.
for my wedding, in fact.
Oh, are you getting married?
Let's go to the next car.
Oh my goodness. Sorry I asked.
We'll talk
No,
later.
not really.
Yeah.
30,000, 32 grand on a 1954 Oldsmobile Starfire convertible. I will say you were very quick with the response there, the comeback on that.
Yeah, you like that, huh?
Yeah.
54 old Starfire convertible. Yeah, that Starfire, that was a glitzy automobile back in the 50s. As no holes barred in the chrome department. 324 cubic inch V8, that became a very important engine for the Oldsmobile lineup. The Jetaway hydromatic automatic transmission.
Wow.
Yeah, and again, look at the presentation, Scott, huh? Color scheme, the way that the car sits, the interior. We got a great look at that inside with all of those special touches that General Motors absolutely hit a home run with back in the 50s.
Well, somebody hit a home run with it, $38,000, and they'll be able to drive it home today. Okay, here's that 63 Corvette Custom, the split window Custom that Danielle gave us a sneak peek at a little while ago.
Yeah, these are cars that we see come through here, and I will, you know, at the risk of being redundant, the craftsmanship and build quality on these conversions without issue anywhere. There you see the engine in this one, a 6.2 liter. That's the LS3 430 horsepower V8. And by the way, Carl's Custom, that's Carl Moyer, a gentleman who I knew, an accomplished drag racer, raced in the Pro Modified Series for a number of years. And his race cars were as well detailed and presented as the cars that he built, like this one. $62,000 in custom work on this automobile. 6-speed Tremec manual transmission. And so many extra features in this head-up display, heated power sport bucket seats, power telescopic steering wheel. Even though it is a split window coupe, certainly in spirit, it doesn't sacrifice any of the modern creature comforts.
Right, you can see obviously the bodywork, but it's on an 09 chassis, as you can see.
Close it there, 120, close to 120.
$120,000, and that will be our high bid. So we are about 90 minutes into our program today. Still lots and lots of great cars coming up. You won't want to miss any of them, and you won't here on ESPN Plus. Well, the Dodge Thrill Ride is up and running and very, very popular here in Glendale. No doubt about that. They've got the Durangos, they've got Hellcats, and brand new EV Daytonas out there that you can not only take a ride in, but drive, get a chance to take a look at those in person as well. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs.
Well, yeah, from the 2018 Demons that Dodge is putting out, and Radford has, of course, to a 1972 Demon. This one, if you look at the badge, is sporting the top engine option in 1972, the 340. But let's take a look under here, because I got a little surprise for you. Ooh, yeah, that is a Hellcat swapped into this 72 Demon, and quite appropriate, I believe, hopping up that horsepower. This is a car that was actually built by my buddy Jeremy Bumpus, who used to host Car Fix. You might know that name and some of his builds. As a Ray Barton built 426 Hellcat V8 under the hood. It's backed up by a 8-speed automatic transmission and an Autometer digital gauge cluster. So it's got a bunch of the old school styling, but of course the modern technology, which is the combination that we're always going for in the automotive world. This one's coming across the block in just a little bit, so watch out for this 72 Dodge Demon, the second of only 2 years of production back in the early 70s. Scott?
All right on, Chris. Thank you very much. Hey, let's bring you back to the block here real quick. Speaking of old and new, 62 Corvette custom bill with C4 Corvette suspension, I believe, underneath this.
You know, this is kind of like a junior version of that Carl's Custom Corvette, because it is the classic 62 body, but underneath it got C4 suspension, the C4 Corvette. You know, remember those? They ran from 1984 to 96, and they were considered to be a landmark improvement for the Corvette. Now we find that suspension underneath, four-wheel disc brakes, and the LS1 with a 4L60 4-speed automatic, an excellent choice for this upgraded Corvette as well.
$98,000.
Close bid at $98,000. Here's good news. $105,000. You own the car. Hey, I tell you what, I wouldn't shake your head, because I believe something's going to happen here. If you want to own the car, just give $105,000. I encourage you to do it. Give $105,000, because I know when you break me down, you're always good for another $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 anyway. So you might as well give me $105,000. Just do it. Yeah, listen to that man. You want to give $105,000 and own it? Okay. Close bid at $98,000.
Well,
Hey, here's the deal.
hang on a minute.
Reserve is off. We got $98,000.
They just lifted the reserve.
$100,000 due. The reserve's off.
$98,000. The reserve is off. You heard the target number was supposedly 105.
Would you give 99 just for the heck of it? You want to give 99? Last and final call. I have 99. Yes or no? 99,000. Are you sure? So $98,000.
Okay, that 62 Corvette going away, $98,000. Very, very cool. Well, speaking of cool, When we come back in a little while, we'll take a look at this over the top 55 Nomad. Stick around for this. Oh.
State Farm Stadium, that's been our home here in Glendale, Arizona, and will be for the rest of today and tomorrow. Glad you're with us. Back inside the stadium, and the car on the block right now. Oh, I am going to love talking about this one, Scott.
I know you are.
65 Galaxy 500 Custom. Let me take you behind the scenes here. That body was blasted and completely stripped. The frame has been powder coated. That's the stuff you can't see. Power, a 412 horse Coyote 5-liter V8 with a 4R70W automatic and a Ford 9-inch rear end with 350 limited slip gears. That is the running gear, but how about the fit and finish on that paint? Ginger Ale is the name of the lighter hue you're looking at, with just a beautiful black application from the front over the roof and down the trunk. Russo Auto Body in Pittsburgh, California. That group gets credit for that paint job, but there is not anything on this Galaxy that you can squawk about. Wow.
Ginger Ale.
That's what they call it.
I've never seen that color on a car before, and it's my beverage of choice on the airplane.
Yeah, I noticed that. You don't drink the cheap white wine they serve, I guess, huh?
No.
Oh, okay.
120. What a car that is.
Oh, boy. Wilwood brakes, vintage air, Dakota dash. All those digital gauges look so fabulous in that dashboard. High-end sound system. Oh, dear.
Okay, here we go. 1955 Nomad Custom. We've been telling you about this since yesterday. ZL1, 454, 500 horse, all aluminum engine, and all kinds of other goodies in and around this from different cars, different time periods, Bill. They kind of went the grab bag route on this one.
Oh, a no expense spared, as we like to say. 454, 500 horse engine. Let's look inside. Oh, yeah, all reworked. Look at the leather bucket seats and a great custom job on the dash there with the instrument panel. Classic instruments. That All-American series is what those gauges were. 59 Impala steering wheel, too. That's kind of kinky. PJ's in Denver. They're responsible for that interior upholstery. Good Guys Award for best paint, and I believe it.
Yep, it better be in our Paint Hall of Fame, too. By the way, that custom upholstery over bucket seats in the front out of a 67 Chevelle. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's done rather frequently, actually, taking another set of buckets out of another Chevy and dropping them in a perfect fit. By the way, real quick, I want to send out a congratulations to Tom and Christy and Josh Bresnahan, whose 55 Nomad just won the Riddler Award.
Oh, very cool.
Yep.
By the way, that Nomad bid goes on at $80,000. Next, 61 Pontiac Ventura Bubble Top. Bill, I know you're all over this one too.
Well, you know me, one of my first cars was a 62 Bonneville convertible, so those full-size Pontiacs from the early 60s, they grabbed me. This one with the Super Duty 421. That was the engine that was going to revolutionize the Pontiac drag racing teams until GM pulled the plug in 1963. 4-speed manual, you may have seen the shifter in there, 2 4-barrel carburetors. They've upgraded the ignition with Mallory pieces. Super Duty exhaust with cutouts, positive traction in the back with 342 screws. Those are genuine 1961 factory aluminum bumpers. Now, they look chrome, but I got to tell you, when they were racing these cars back in the 60s, they wanted to reduce as much weight as they can, and one way to do that was to mount aluminum bumpers and those 8-lug wheels. Yeah, we can never rave about those enough. This has been displayed at the Pontiac Museum and at McCacken. I mean, it's a car that's made the rounds, and everybody loves to see it. 87
Interesting history and relationship that folks have with those 8-lug wheels, isn't it?
Yeah, including me. When I bought my Bonneville, it had them, and I took them off and put chrome reversed wheels on that car.
I remember that.
Yeah, because I was, stupid back in the day. Wait a minute. You look at me funny when I said back in the day. You read you.
Still working on it. 90, now 92,000.
Yeah, we are getting close. If we can get into 6 figures, I guarantee you that's going to hammer.
Well, can't exactly do that.
Well, they're inching closer.
No. I'm not to 90. I understand. Okay, he's done. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to close it at $93,000.
Well, our friend Jim Wicks up there in the upper left, very interested, and he was, for a moment, the high bidder. And you might be right, Bill. It might still take 6 figures to get the deal done.
Yeah, and I would think that over at the bid goes on desk, there will be a small crowd gathering. Can't imagine that car not selling.
Right, I agree. 71 Corvette up next. Let's talk about some of the deets on this one.
Yep. 270 horse, 350. That was about the high water mark for the 1971 Chevrolet Corvette if you were going to go with a small block. Of course, the 454 was available until 74. Rebuilt an original 4-speed transmission in 373. Posi rear end. Factory air and T-tops. Of course, the T-tops debuted in 68. Pretty much obsoleted the convertible in the Corvette in 1975. Everybody wanted the T-tops instead. That's Mulsanne blue, dark blue interior. Yeah, 1971, the LT1 engine had come down from 370 to 330 horsepower. So this non-LT1 350 was the choice that a lot of buyers made, right, when they were getting their small block Vet.
That's the basically the next step up from entry level.
Right.
There you go, $33,000. On the block right now, 1966 Mustang GT convertible.
Well, we see the 66 Mustang GTs modified in all number of ways, and this is an exception. A code 289, 225 horse V8, candy apple red, and let's just run down some of the awards. Multiple time Good Guys winner, Ford Muscle Pick and Restored Award, 3-time Fiesta Bowl parade car. It's been a feature car at the Encantera Country Club promotional video. Many Mustangs could say that. I almost couldn't say that. Yeah, it's got the 4-speed too. That top loader, deluxe pony interior, factory air. Everything that has need rebuilding has gotten it. Yeah, those style steel wheels with white wall tires add to the excitement. Rally pack gauges, 8-track player. Now that's the way to do, man, a classic Mustang restoration.
Well,
you are looking at it.
I was going to say, 4-speed convertible, factory air.
Yep.
All the other stuff you mentioned. Wow.
V8, 4-speed, red convertible.
It's going to take more than 55. That's not an inexpensive little Mustang GT for sure.
No, and trading far above where we would see most of those convertibles trade. That shows you just how high quality this one is.
All right. They will leave it at 30,000, or I'm sorry, 55 was the bid. Now to a 95 Corvette convertible.
Yeah, the C4 generation was winding down. This was the penultimate model year for the C4. But this one, Bloomington Gold certified NCRS Top Flight Awards at all 3 levels, chapter, regional, and national levels. Doesn't stop there. NCRS Performance Verification, the NCRS Hill Mark of Excellence. Excellent Corvette, 6-speed manual transmission behind that LT1 300 horse 5.7 liter V8 that debuted several years earlier in the Corvette. Finally got the Corvette, the production Corvettes back into the 300 horsepower rather bracket, which everybody was happy about.
Gonna close the bid at $20,000.
We come up short, Scott.
Okay, yeah, $20,000. All right, Bill, you and I were talking about these Jaguars just yesterday. This is a 2017 F-Type SVR, and I know you love your Jag.
Oh, yeah.
These are forces to be reckoned with, no doubt about it.
Supercars, by any standard, there's the 575 horsepower, 5-liter V8. It's supercharged. It is high winding. It is all the motor you need. One owner on this Jaguar, and only a little over 1,000 miles on the odometer. 8-speed quick shift transmission, all-wheel drive. Oh my!
When it blows past you on the highway, you know it.
Yeah, just gonna sit there and salute. This stickered for over $135,000. Yeah, I've got 2 Jaguars. I talk about my 2001 XK8. What a smooth, wonderful driving car that is, and I just bought an F-Pace, an SUV. It's my driver.
Cool.
Yep. So yeah,
you need one of these when you get in a bad mood.
Oh, I'm tempted. Oh, I am tempted. Lots of carbon fiber, lightweight pieces on the outside. That paint has been ceramic coated. That will survive just about anything you can throw at it.
65 is the bid.
Yeah, so we're just about at 50% of the MSRP right now.
I got 65.
65 a bid. 67. Close on all these cars. Can you announce that one more time?
We've announced it 3 times.
Okay, I didn't hear it. I'm deaf in my left ear.
65. No?
I think they're going to
Mecum Rule 70.
pass. Oh, wait, Frank.
Just click your bid up, 70,000 on the car. Real simple. Give
Frank
$70,000.
has invoked the Mecum rule here, so an extra $5,000 and somebody will drive it away.
$70,000 you own the car. On a car like that, what's another $5,000? Give 70,000, guys. 70,000. 70,000. I have 70,000. Guys, I'm telling you, the waiting method didn't
Bill,
work
as a Jaguar guy, if you're in his shoes, do you do the $5,000 and take it?
No question about it.
70,000.
You know, for $70,000, try finding another car that matches this one.
He said $66,000. We're going to close bid at $66,000. Take $70,000 if you want it.
Okay. Very, very close. That's a pretty good candidate for a bid goes on sale, I think.
Yep, I think
so. The bid goes on, and we check in with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Still hanging out here in staging. Still so many cool cars to come across the block today. Check out this beautiful machine. 1957 Chevy Bel Air convertible. That is a fuel-injected 289 under the hood, backed up by a 3-speed automatic transmission. And how about this color? Larkspur blue. Interior of a Larkspur blue and Harbor blue combination. Also with a blue top, but we really don't care what color the top is, because a car like this should always have it down and underneath the tonneau cover. Stick around, a lot more from Glendale on the other side of this break.
Well, that's kind of a ground level view as the cars roll in to the stadium here. Great work by our camera crew here. And we're following that one all the way to the block. It'll be here eventually. On the block right now is another old Starfire build. This one's from 1964.
This is a full tilt boogie hot rod, in case you're wondering. So don't let that rather pedestrian exterior fool you.
Another case of things are not as they appear to be.
Don't believe your eyes. 394 cubic inch V8 that's been bored 40 over ported and polished heads, MagnaFlow H-pipe exhaust. Hey, our 700 R4 automatic makes another appearance. Posi rear end with 364 gears. And of course, the fit and finish. Take a look at that. Beautiful Sheffield Mist exterior paint with a black interior. Creature Comforts Abundanza air conditioning, 4-way power seats, and a quick ratio steering box for great response when you're driving.
52.
Now, if you're a real old school automobile person, do you remember B.F. Goodrich Silvertown tires? Well, that's what's riding on that Oldsmobile.
Well, this.
He's on Ryan, just so he knows.
They're working it. Yeah, the screen said 52 for a minute, and the bid goes on.
Real quick, $56,000. No.
Trev Morveck said 56
at $52,000
would likely take the top prize. Now they've closed the bid at 52, and we will take that as our cue to move on to a 1972 K5 Blazer.
Yet another one. This one, the 72 K5 LS Power 4L60E automatic. Vintage air, 4-wheel drive. Not as modified and radical and as extreme as some of them that we see. Somewhat toned down, but a lot of eyeball there. Lots of new parts during the restoration, both under the hood, interior, and underneath.
$70,000 bid. You're going to get 75,000. You're going to get 70 bid. You're going to get 5 here. You're going to get 75. I have $70,000. Somebody gets 75,000.
Yeah, no mention of a top with this truck.
70 bid.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, I think it's just what you see is what you get. There is no top with it, unless you put a custom cover on it yourself.
Oh, plenty of places to get one, but that's permanently al fresco.
Close bid at $70,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on. Now offering.
All right, high bid here at 70,000 bucks. And now on to that 1972 Demon 340. Chris had this one out in the 303 staging lane a little while ago.
Oh my, Chris is lucky that car didn't bite his feet off. Wow. 2 words to describe this car. Full house.
I barely got out of the way with all my toes.
Oh, you got to be quick, man. That is a new generation Hemi 426. A 1-year build. And who built that Hemi? Ray Barton, the master himself. Hellcat V8 with Ray Barton's fingerprints on it. Man, I'd pay all the money in my bank account to have one of those. Lots of superior parts inside that engine. Racing is the game. Everything from the Metco 2 3/4 inch upper pulley adds boost. ATI Racing lower pulley. Mancini racing headers. Of course, Mancini, another very well-known name in the Hemi racing world. Pro torque converter, 3,600 RPM stall. Wow, yeah, man, enough rubber on the back of that. You're going to hike the front wheels, trust me.
Close the bid at $100,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Now offering
and maybe the ultimate never trust a badge scenario.
Yeah.
At 340, just ignore that. Yep. That is sensational. Another good Chris Jacobs find. All right, 1932 Ford on the block now.
Very traditional looking hot rod. Of course, when you start with the 32 Ford, you're right in the heart of hot rod territory. Professional frame off restoration only 2.5 years ago. Engine right off the shelf, 350 cubic inch ZZ4 crate, 3-speed automatic. They did a little hocus pocus with the suspension. They shortened the front axles, put disc brakes up there. Corvette rear end with discs. Some other things, chromed front and rear axles and tie rods. That's what you call extra steps. Nice red paint job. Simple but effective. Nothing fancy there. Well applied. And tan Naugahyde interior. Naugahyde, the finish of choice for hot rodders for 70 years.
I think they meant that 2.5-year time frame, Bill. I think they meant that the restoration took 2.5 years.
Okay, all right. Well, that makes sense
Don't
too.
know.
Yeah.
Looks like it might have.
Yeah, not the Ford 429.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
No, the 32 Ford.
Yeah, you get a
Somebody
little
get
quick
30.
peek underneath of that rear end
Somebody
section
get
now.
$25,000
Beautifully detailed.
for
That
street
is so
ride.
sanitary.
He was bidding on the wrong
25,
car.
30,
We got it straightened out now. We're going up.
30 bid, you're gonna get 35. I have 30 bid, you're gonna get 35,000. You're gonna get 30 bid, you're gonna get 35. At 30 bid.
So 30,000 is the bid at the
I have
moment.
30 bid, you're gonna get 35. 35.
I got 35. I know what's going to happen.
33.
The age-old debate. What would you prefer, a full-fendered Deuce or a Deuce Hybrid? You know, we see them both come through. Sure. You know, and usually they're all beautifully presented like this one.
35, 36. 36.
Gentleman was just down there by himself with the car, taking a look around, and he is now in the bidding battle, and he's the high bidder. The reserve is off at 37.
I have 37 bid, 8, 9, 39 bid, you want to get 9 or 40.
Thank you.
You know, you've been
No, it's all good. You were bidding. That's all that counts. You woke me up.
Show everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Get 39, 40, 39 bid, you want to get 40 bid, you want to get 40, you want to get 40, you want to get 40. Give $40,000. Excuse me, a dummy. 41. 41.
Okay, the guy that was looking at it has apparently bowed out, at least for the moment.
So, 41.
Jimmy broke the hammer. That's okay. Those things take a lot of abuse, don't they?
Oh, man, from him.
$40,000, the hammer price.
I just figured it out. The restoration took 2.5 years, 2.5 years ago.
Okay.
Okay. Now that we've got that
That's
settled.
one option I had not considered.
Yeah, that's what happened.
All right, they have replaced the hammer, and it is time for a big money 69 Boss 429.
Yeah, it's very rare that we see a short money 1969 Boss 429. There in the upper echelon of Ford Mustang collectibles. Of course, the engine is the whole story. That 429 cubic inch semi-Hemi, highly sophisticated engine. Rated at 375 horsepower, but I don't think there's anybody in this entire building that believes that. These were much closer to over 400 horse. They all had 4-speed manuals. This one with the candy apple red outside and the black inside. They all had that traction lock rear end as well. This is serial number 1873. It's a Carcraft serial number. We've told the story many times how Ford farmed out the installation of these engines because they had to do a little table magic with the engine room to get that broad-shouldered engine to fit in there. And this is 1873, the official number. And as all of them do have, you got that big factory hood scoop, Magnum 500 wheels, Goodyear Polyglass GT tires as original. And it has the Marty report. So that'll answer any questions you have about the provenance and pedigree of this Boss 9.
At 240's the bid. Do you want to give 245? 245, Drake.
240 is the bid.
$245,000. 245. Hey, excuse me. 245.
Okay.
245, because I'm really sure that I can get 250 out of him. He didn't see what happened up here a second ago. I might do that. 245. 245. 245. Yes? Yeah, I agree. Well, I'm going to close the bid at 240,000. But wait. I got an idea, Bob. Just came to me. The reserve is $250,000. You raise your bid a mere $10,000, and it's your car, and I drop the hammer, and that's it. You want to do that? I mean, I would. Show everybody how big an old boy you are.
That is
Come
the
on.
Mecum rule.
Come on, give $250,000 for it. You always remember what you paid. Otherwise, it's going to be, did we pay $240 or $250? What did we pay? $250,000. Do it, sir. Do it. Give $250. Do it. The place will go nuts. I promise you, it'll be great. Give $250. $250,000. We got TV cameras or anything we can run back there. Let's get about 9 of them on.
We got people back there.
There we go. Give $250.
245 is going to be the bid.
Give $250.
250. 45.
245.
Yep.
I mean, the guy's not here. I think we should sell it. What do you all think?
I think we should, Jimmy.
All right, so I have all of you as witnesses. The reserve is off. 245, 250. Now you gotta scream and holler like you mean it. Sold.
Oh, the reserve is off, and deal done. How about that?
Oh, well, you know, that was labor intensive, as we say in the collector car world.
And that is okay. $245,000. It's our #1 car today, and a lesson in what you do when the hammer breaks. There it goes, Jimmy Landis. You've always got to have a backup plan, and there you go. Back with more in a moment. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona, here on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, right alongside here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, out and about on the field level here at the stadium. And here we go with a 1970 Mustang, Bill, that wants us to believe with all its heart and soul that it's a Boss 302.
Yeah, but it's not going to succeed. Yeah, there's too much about this Mustang that tells us this is in no way a real Boss. We'll start with the engine. How about a stroker? 347 cubic inch, 450 horsepower. Stroker engine. Holley electronic fuel injection. Transmission 5-speed Tremec. And yeah, I mean, it's dressed like a Boss 302, at least exterior-wise. You see the paint and the graphics pretty faithful, but no attempt made whatsoever to replicate a Boss 302 in the powertrain or even the wheels. Those are those aftermarket Magnum 500 semi lookalikes on it. American Racing builds those, by the way. Color's gold metallic. And the interior is now black, which is what we see in so many of the real Boss 302s that cross. It's medium ginger, that's called. So it's the best of both worlds. It's a high-performance Mustang that has all the right engine and transmission and rear end pieces, even the suspension. It's got a 4-link in the back end there with a 9-inch rear end and 370 gears, but it vibes a Boss 302.
48, 49, 49.
See that license plate? California black plate. 70 ginger.
Ginger, yeah. Ginger or Marianne?
And I can only get you 85 net.
Are you asking my opinion?
Yes.
Oh, Marianne.
Yeah, Marianne.
He was 47.
Yeah, 47.
Asking 48 over here. Do you want to give 48?
Just be glad I didn't say Mrs. Howell.
47, just so you know one.
Oh, man.
Well, we're working on it.
Kind of
What's your magic?
Reserve is off.
hit the brakes for a minute, but the reserve comes off at 47 grand.
You better get 9, baby. You better get 49. 49, 50. 50, bid. You want to get 50, you want to get 50, bid. You want to get 50,000. And for 51, 50, bid. You want to get
You're a
51,000.
longtime radio guy.
You
Back in the day, you know, countdowns. Casey Kasem did them. You probably did them. We all did them.
Oh, yeah.
I heard a countdown once that the theme song from Gilligan's Island was the #1 TV theme song of all time because it was the first one that really told the story of what happened in the show. I thought, oh, that's a good point.
And once you start humming it, you can't get it out of your head.
I know. $50,000 for that 70 Mustang. And we move next, Bill, to another car that should draw a lot of attention. This is a GT350 replica from 1967.
Why don't you remind us what you said at the top of the show about the art of deception?
Yes, things are not always as they appear to be.
Let's see how faithful this 1967 Shelby GT350 replica is. First of all, underneath the hood, not really what I would call an exact replica of the 289 that you would have found in the 67 GT350. Some variations from originality. Interior's pretty close, though, I think. Exterior-wise, has those scoops on the quarter panels in the back. You see the taillight treatment dead on. Also the fuel filler and the duck lip on the back of the car there. 10-spoke Shelby mag wheels. Okay, that's going to earn it some points. Even has the correct scoops up on the B-pillar. And the Shelby stripes. Well, a Pride has the inboard high beams. Again, we'll give it some points for that. But again, some differences from originality. But overall, you know, from this distance, this could convince somebody that's the real car.
Well, just after they close the bid, they take the reserve off at $97,000.
Well, I think that bears out how I felt that this car, you know, was pretty faithful, but not 100%, and we're close to 6 figures for it.
Yep, I agree. 97 buys it. I believe it's replica o'clock.
Can you believe this?
Check this next one, a 67 Mustang. GT500 replica this time.
And we're going to go a little far afield here to replicate this GT500. Remember, back in 1967, that was the debut of the big block engines in the Shelby Mustangs. This one has a professionally built 427, but those Shelbys back in 1967, they got 428s. And, you know, people will tell you, well, they had a prototype, and Shelby had one, the Super Snake, and yeah, but those are not full production cars. The 428s are what Shelby dropped into their GT500s. And the engine has received some upgrades as well. Cross-drilled main bearings in there for better lubrication. A couple of Holley 4-barrels, that's correct. At least the 4-barrel carburetors are. And it's not going to sell.
Going to take a lot more than 80, and that's where we will leave it here in Glendale. Welcome back to Glendale. Just a couple of moments ago, pretty big money on the block with a 1969 F100, Bill. And again, one of these, be careful what you think you see. That Ford pickup truck has a 5-liter Coyote underneath the hood, and it sold for $110,000 during the break.
Oh, we are seeing that Coyote engine turn up more and more, and why not? Great power plant, 10-speed automatic, 4-wheel drive. And you know what? That's a very conservative color that doesn't look conservative. It's just so right in the truck.
Perfect. It's called Boxwood Green, actually. And it is a very cool truck. By the way, here we are, not even halfway through the day yet. And if you want to be in the top 10 of the selling category here today, you've got to be at least 112 grand or more.
Friday at Mecum.
Strong money, man. You're right. Here's a 67 GTX. The reserve has just come off at $50,000.
Is that a
yes debut of the GTX 67, 2 engine choices, a 440 or a Hemi. This one with the 440, the 375 horse Super Commando.
We're done.
I go Commando.
One more time.
Give 51. What are we waiting on him? I have him. That's who I have at 49.
TMI.
I have 49 there.
I know.
Asking 50.
That's a gorgeous car for that 51.
I have 49. You got to be 50. 49.
I gotcha.
50.
A lot of sad faces.
Is he good? 49.
We're in at 49,
50.
sir, so hang on
49
for a second.
bid.
Hang on.
50.
I'm a little confused with the internet. So
$49,000.
All right, there it is. Yeah, Gus Kozar's guy. A little bit of patience there. And $49,000 buys that GTX. That's a pretty good deal.
It is good hardware too. Torque flight automatic, short grip rear end. Yeah, great hardware and a great presentation. Good work.
Up next, 1970 Chevelle. No attempt at being a replica here. A lot of custom touches. Let's start in the engine room. Bill, LS2 fuel-injected power plant there.
Yeah, no scrimping here. Along with that engine, a Tremec TKX 5-speed manual. Custom-made 3-inch drive shaft. And I got to tell you, that drive shaft is probably specifically engineered to handle the power of that engine that you're looking at right now. Holley Performance you saw there, the low ram intake manifold, 42-pound injectors. A lot of thought went into that engine build. Hooker headers, radiators been upgraded to keep it cool. Underneath, QMI sway bars, tubular control arms. Hey, Scott, I think what we have here is your basic Pro Touring 70 Chevrolet Chevelle.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And it's going to take probably a 6-figure bid to buy that Chevelle. Well, here is a very special car coming up next. This is a 1969 Pontiac Trans Am. And one of the reasons why it is special is the fact that this is original. It's unrestored, Bill.
Yeah, that makes it so distinctive. No question there whatsoever. Ram Air 3 400 cube engine. It's got all the correct numbers on it, the VIN, the block, all of the things that you would want to trace to make sure that what you have here is what this car was delivered with. Carburetor's got the correct code, cylinder heads, oh my, great documentation all the way through. Of course, that original cameo white with the blue stripes. Look at that rear tail light. That's how the whole Trans Am story began in 1969. And who would have thought that here in 2025, not only is the Trans Am gone, but the Pontiac brand as well. But it got off to a hot start with these cars. There are Ram Air 4 versions of these cars that we've seen. And these will always be important cars to Pontiac collectors.
Goes the bid at $90,000. Goes the bid. The bid goes on.
Now time capsule right there, man. Yep. And the high bid means it's still for sale at $90,000. Let's head over to the 303 staging lane once again. Our man over there is Chris Jacobs.
Yes, sir. Scott standing by with a heavy hitter that's coming across the block a little bit later this afternoon. Check out this beautiful 1958 Dodge Power Wagon that actually did some service in the U.S. Navy and has the plaque and the inspection stamp to prove it. But Mopar purists, Dodge purists, please, avert thine eyes. Underneath is an LS3 swap. Yes. Hey, you know what? LS3's going pretty much anything, so appropriate, giving it that nice power. But check out this exterior color too, willow opal green. The entire truck is painted that color. The frame has been powder coated. Brand new oak in the bed of the truck. Very, very well done build that was completed in 2017 and still shows up very well. Powder coated H1 wheels, so you got a lot of durability in this truck. And you know, the Power Wagon market might be making a hot comeback, and this one is leading the way. It's got an estimate of over $200,000, so we shall see when it crosses the block this afternoon.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Those Power Wagons, man, are so masculine. They're so formidable, aren't they? And they're just different. They're cool.
They've got presence, I guess you might say. You know how we make a big deal out of those Pontiac 8-lug wheels?
Oh, right.
It has 10-lug wheels.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
There you go.
By the way, Chris Jacobs previewed the next car after we see this DeLorean here. The DeLorean, I'm not sure what happened to it. Bit goes on car, and so we'll move on to the 87 Buick Grand National. Chris, you can hear me. We're going to time your 100-yard dash to come down here at the other end of the field for the 87 Grand National, man.
I am walking towards you. I'll see if I can make it to the block by the time it sells. But, man, what a car this is. It's so cool, and I just love the way they left it pretty much stock appearing, except for those wheels, of course. But, man, what a power plant under the hood.
We're looking at it right now, in fact.
What a combination of factors to make this car so incredible. First of all, a pretty original looking body on this thing, but those GNX wheels make it look like a GNX, even though there's no attempt to fool anybody.
Looks can be deceiving once again, man.
The Scott Hoke theme of the day. Yeah, no question, that power plant is, you can talk about masculine. Whoa, baby.
Yeah, and those wheels are, I mean, not just GNX wheels, but they're extreme GNX wheels. They're actually 18s all the way around in the GNX style, which really kind of announces that this car is not as it seems.
Yeah, the GNX, of course, the last 547 of the Grand Nationals that were built was the GNX, which was the ultimate Grand National.
Oh, yeah.
More power. A car that literally the values have skyrocketed over the years.
Right.
I mean, original low mileage cars that are well into the 60s.
That's like the GNX is like the holy grail of mid-80s performance cars, really.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I mean, at its time in 1987, it was the fastest U.S. production car on the market.
What do you think here, CJ? 97 grand bought it.
You know, based on what it is and what it has and the shape it's in, I'd say that was well bought under 100,000.
Yeah, well,
cool.
How much do you think was in that engine room?
Ooh. A lot.
Okay, 97 for the Grand National. 79 Ford Bronco next.
Oh, we got another Bronco here, the full-size version. Frame off, nut and bolt restoration, and you can tell. That's a 7.3 liter Godzilla, they call it, V8 crate engine. That's pushing out some serious power, people. 6R80 automatic transmission and the Atlas transfer case. That's rugged. Original differentials, they were stripped clean and rebuilt. Willwood discs, vintage air, Dakota digital gauges, and other modifications as well. There you see on the back that spare tire with those old school slotted mag design there, riding on all four corners.
Boy, I hope you heard a little bit of Godzilla roaring to life in the background.
Super truck.
That takes a Bronco to another level, man. $120,000 bought it. The pickup truck-orama continues here with the 1967 Glamour era C10 that has been comprehensively modified and updated here, Bill.
Yep, the Glamour truck 67 to 72 kind of revolutionized the way that Chevrolet built their pickup trucks. Really got serious about style in these trucks. As you can see, a lot of smooth contours over the body. There's your interior with a houndstooth pattern, bench seat. LS V8 engine conversion, and you probably knew that even before I said it. We see that so much. Overdrive automatic transmission, power stuff as in steering and front disc brakes. Keeping that engine cool, aluminum radiator, and a hardwood bed. Well done. Not, again, super totally radical like some of them we've seen. But you know what? Pick the right things, right color, right construction, right build quality, and you don't have to go any further than that.
So, 58 pounds of dollars.
58,000. That will do it.
69 in 2022 Ford Bronco Custom, over 100.
That is very nice. Love that color. We talk about it from time to time. Kind of almost a kitchen appliance color from that time period.
I had a bathroom that color once.
On to a 2022 Bronco. Lots of customization here on this Bronco as well.
Yeah, the story behind this truck is one that we see actually pretty regularly. This was a custom build by KAO Auto Styling on behalf of Real Truck for 2 years ago, the SEMA show. Four-wheel drive, four-cylinder engine, 2.3 liter with a turbo, putting out about 300 horsepower. The 10-speed automatic. That color's electric blue.
Love it.
Yes, I do. Interior, well done, diamond stitched. And we'll take a little walk around this truck and take the exterior in and see what else we've got here. 38-inch Nitto tires. Yeah, those are called fuel off-road wheels.
Right.
Yep. Off-road front bumper, integrated LED light bar.
Tow hooks on the corners.
Yep. See those integrated side steps on the rockers.
Don't lose that for $1,000. Get 68, 67, 68, 68, 68 pounds.
6-inch lift on that suspension.
67,
That's a crawler.
68, good 8, pounded it down negative to 68 pounds. And dollars, anyone else? Last call. 68 pounds.
Boy, that is just beautiful.
$68,000. Anybody else?
That is a head turner. You know, people are kind of getting accustomed to the Bronco now, the new generation
Sure.
Bronco. And now when you have something like this,
66,
you know,
68.
it's going to catch a lot of attention.
Here we get 67 pounds. Right over there, Shake.
We've told the story before about
Thank you.
when
68
Ford was in the
pounds and
process of
68 pounds in or 70.
envisioning the Bronco,
68 pounds
the
and
fact that they
I'm
interviewed
negative 68
many
pounds.
Jeep
Good.
Wrangler owners and said, hey, what should we do to make our new, whatever we're going to call it, of course they knew what it was,
No, I'm not
what
gonna
should we
make
make
it
it, how do we make it
66
better than the Wrangler? And so a lot of Jeep
76
input
total.
in these
I gotta get
vehicles,
71.
and a lot of modifications are okay
and
too.
leave you at the 72.6 total. So it's the same thing. You're good there, right? It's the same bid. I'm at 66 right now. Yeah, which is 72.6 total with the commission.
$68,000.
No, I don't like
Got a deal on
Huh?
$68,000.
Yeah, it's the same bid. It's the exact same bid.
68 pounds. I think good things are coming, Russ. I feel it. 68,000. Oh, okay. Anybody else?
Are you helping?
We're going to close the bid at 66.
Are you?
The bid goes on.
2005 Ford GT.
Well, the high bid on the Bronco, we're going to leave it at $66,000. Okay. Next is the car that Chris had at the top of the show. Bill, you and I looked this over a lot yesterday, along with the 2006 red one. This is a Ford GT from 05. Two options, but the most striking part about this is the stripe delete. It just gives it a completely different visual.
Yeah, yeah, really gives it sort of a plain clothes undercover sort of vibe. And it has all of the things we would expect, you know, with a Ford GT from 2005, that 550 horse, aluminum V8, the supercharged 5.4, the Ricardo 6-speed transaxle. And the two options it has, the Macintosh stereo and the painted brake calipers.
Reserve is off $500,000. And that is actually market correct.
Yes.
For a low mileage 05 GT. It's been that way right around this mark for about the last year or so. But I'm wondering how much the stripe delete factor will influence the bidding here.
Hey, if you want a Ford GT that is literally unlike any other that you're going to run into, this is the way to go.
510. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just that we want to just repeat the mileage, 134 miles on this.
That's a big factor, too.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
Now, if I wanted to quibble, I would say, okay, I would like it to have the Le Mans stripes on this car, because that's a tribute to the Ford GT that won the 1967 24 Hours of Le Mans, that famous car.
Yeah.
But I won't.
I was going to say, that's quibbling.
That's really nitpicking.
We're in a 550. We got a guy right in front of us bidding.
$575,000 Jim. 550. 575. And are y'all through? All done. 550. 575,000.
550 anymore? Nope. $550,000. That'll bump the average up just a little bit for the 05 Ford GTs.
It may put a little ripple in the marketplace.
Wow, they were soft for a while, but they've come back, and there is proof positive right there. Our top seller today.
Welcome back to Mecum Glendale. Here in the staging lanes, you're going to see a 2001 Rolls-Royce Corniche hit the block coming up here in just a little bit, and she is absolutely beautiful in this silver pearl exterior. Only 19,784 miles on this 2001. 6.5-liter V8 engine. Original MSRP was $350,000. Estimated value around $120 now. Great value here. Good value buy, especially with this low mileage. I want to take you inside though, and this beautiful Rolls-Royce soft, butter soft-like interior that they're known for. Pretty interesting story. Rolls-Royce and Bentley both source their leather from Scandinavia and other European countries with colder climates. If you're wondering why, they say the reason is to minimize insect bites on the bulls, which minimizes blemishes on the hides. So there you go. Only the best type of leather inside these Bentleys and Rolls-Royces, Scott Hoke. It's coming your way soon.
Well, that's something I didn't know. Bill?
Never heard that story.
Laying some new info on us.
No bugs, no vermin, no lice or anything on the leather for a Rolls-Royce.
Very cool. Yeah. Thank you, DT, at the other end of the building in the 303 staging lane. By the way, as you take a look at this 69 Cougar XR7 convertible, remember that SEMA, the blue Bronco that we had in the previous segment? It was a bid goes on car. However, they did sell it just after it left the staging area or the block area for $71,000. Just to bring you up to date on that. All right, 70 grand here for the Cougar.
Yeah, loaded to the gunnels, the 69 XR7 has the big block, 428, 335 rated horsepower. That's the Cobra Jet engine, automatic transmission, power steering, disc brakes in the front and the stereo tilt steering column. It's got the in-dash tack, buckets and console, more power, the windows, convertible top. And look at the sheen on that paint. Yeah, that's ready for the big time. Dark ivy green.
Sold $80,000. Telephone. Up next is lot F-173.
80 grand buys it.
Ford Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 392. Final edition.
What a looker, huh?
194 miles.
Yeah, the green with a white top, contrasting interior. Sweet.
Well, here is the 2024 Wrangler Rubicon 392 final edition that we got a good preview of from Danielle yesterday. Top shelf, man, all the way. Trim level, engine package, and away we go. Selling at no reserve, too.
Away we go is right. We talk about the Dodge Thrill Ride. How about this? A 470 horsepower, 6.4-liter Hemi in this Jeep. And look at how high this thing rides. And just imagine what it would be like to stick your boot into the throttle with all that power in a Jeep.
Let's take it up to Pinnacle Peak, shall we?
Yeah, well, you know what? That'd smoke about 90% of the cars on the road today. And whoever thought that a Wrangler could be described like that? Napa leather interior, 392 logos all around. There's no mistaking this for a run-of-the-mill Wrangler. 12-inch touchscreen, lots of creature comforts.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Brandon Shaw, the MMA fighter. He was with us in Kissimmee a couple of months ago, and I think he just bought that Wrangler. Good for him. I hope he's okay with the Tuscadero Pearl.
I don't know, but that's one guy that can handle that Wrangler.
Well, pretty cool. We'll be talking to Brendan in just a little bit and ask him about his experience. But he actually bought that car as his next giveaway car. So
cool.
He might be driving it initially, but eventually it'll be going to somebody else in his giveaway.
Hey guys, I was going to say whether he keeps it or not, real men wear pink. I know we're calling it Tuscadero, but I dig it on him. I think it's a good fit.
All right. That is pretty cool. I don't think, you know what? This is our 18th season of Mecum on television. I don't think that I've ever seen anyone tackle a guy after he bought a car.
No.
So that's
I've never seen anybody buy a car that could kill me.
Oh, man. Here's a 95 BMW M3 now on our block. Brother Bill, $38,000, no reserve.
Yep, classic M Series BMW. A car that really redefined performance for BMW when that M Series was first in the marketplace. 3-liter, 6-cylinder inline engine with a 5-speed manual. Real driver's car. You know, this is the kind of car that back in the day, no matter what magazine you read, people raved about them. Their performance, their handling, their braking. And right now, they are really affordable for most people to own one.
So we'll move on to a 71 El Camino Super Sport. No reserve attached to this car in any way, shape, or form. Big block powered as well.
454 in that El Camino. It's an SS too. Got the automatic. Got a turbo 400, I believe. 12-bolt rear axle. Power accessories include steering and brakes. So obviously not an LS6. Probably a 454. A little lower in the horsepower rating.
Could have been an LS5 though in 71.
Yep, 360 horse. Yeah.
He said no. So 39.
And no reserve, $39,000. All right, as promised, let's check in with Chris now and the new owner of that Jeep Wrangler, the Rubicon 392.
Oh man, the excitement was palpable. Brandon Schaub, how you doing, man? Great to see you, dude. You picked up the Jeep 392. Had to immediately tackle somebody. The adrenaline's getting to you.
Oh, I've been in a lot of high-pressure situations, from football to big UFC fights. This might be the most nervous I've ever been. It's just the atmosphere is so intense. There's 3 other bidders. I didn't think I was going to win, man. We got such a good deal. I'm so stoked.
Well, and you did it for a great reason, too. You had this particular lot in mind for something that you do on the reg.
Yeah, I do. I build them up. I do giveaways for Drive Fast All Gas. So I'll add King shocks, Magnuson blower, mess with the exhaust, the headers, stuff like that, and then someone can win it. So someone's going a pretty cool Jeep.
Man, that's an awesome thing you're doing. And if you want to follow him on Instagram, at Brandon Schaub, you definitely want to know who this guy is and follow him. He's a legend in a lot of different places, comedy, sports, and now the car world. New Jeep owner.
Hey, brother. Thank you so much.
You're the man. Thanks, B. Back to you, Scott.
Right on. And a legend for being the first guy to tackle somebody on the air. That's a good story, though. A lot of fun. 1974 Pontiac Trans Am Super Duty, 6-figure bid here, Bill, $100,000.
Oh, the magic word, Super Duty, 1973 and 1974. Pontiac kind of bringing the curtain down on classic Detroit muscle. Matching numbers, 455. And 1974, horsepower down a little bit. 1973, the rating was somewhere around 310. But by now down to about 290, but still, this was a blue chip muscle car back in the early 70s when performance really was becoming a thing of the past. Admiralty blue outside, black interior, 4-speed as well.
And the reserve is off.
Yeah, this is high on the radar screen. For any Pontiac collector, they've got to have Trans Am Super Duty from 73 or 74. Great story behind these cars. Pontiac didn't want to build them. The engineers, they kind of went into stealth mode, worked after everybody went home at night, and put the package together, and they did produce them.
And I don't need to tell you who I'm thinking of every time I see a Super Duty.
Oh, JK flipped over those cars, and why not?
Yep, he sure did. Okay, we've got a 1966 Corvette here that's already knocking on the door of 6 figures.
Scott.
Yes.
I had that exact car.
Did you really?
Oh, I'm getting emotional.
Wow.
That's not like me. 66 427 Corvette. That's the L72 425 horse V8. I had the off-road exhaust, the 4-speed. I had the 411 posi rear end and the F41 suspension. Yes, and I had it in Sunfire yellow with a black interior. This is when I was living in LA. And folks, trust me when I tell you, that car would break loose in all 4 gears. You're not paying attention, you may be going home in an ambulance. What a bear. Absolutely. The only difference between mine, I did not have the knockoff wheels, but wow.
Did you have the heavy-duty brakes?
Yeah.
You had those, okay.
I had that package.
Wow.
And I sold it for $7,500. Don't laugh. I want you to weep like me.
No, well, I'm okay. I'll pull it back a little bit.
Oh, great car.
You know what? It is quite a moment when you see a car that you are exceptionally familiar with, huh?
Yeah, it's worth over $100,000 now compared to what you sold it for.
Right. Okay, 92 Ferrari. Classic Ferrari color combination here with the red and saddle interior. 512 TR now.
Well, you know what, Scott, remember maybe I'm going to say 14 or 15 years ago how affordable these cars were?
Relatively speaking,
they got
yes.
Soft in the marketplace, and then somewhere, somehow, everybody started to discover these Testarossas, the 512. And this one, an outstanding example, as you can see. 4.9 liter, 428 horsepower, flat 12. A revolutionary car for Ferrari back in the day. 5-speed manual transmission with that lost and lamented gated 5-speed shifter. Classic Ferrari red, Alpine stereo. Major service, by the way, completed last year, and that's a question that all Ferrari buyers ask, because the overhaul that these cars require are pretty expensive, and they have to be done every, I don't know, 5, 6 years, whatever it happens to be. Other things that a buyer would look for: toolkit, yep, owner's manual, yep, floor jack, all included.
180,000 reserves off. The car sells at $180.
Yeah, and like I say, that was less than a 6-figure car, maybe 15 years ago.
Right. No doubt about it. Here's a 62, the end of the line in the first generation of the Corvette. Black and red, but the big deal here is the big brake fuelie combination on this car.
Factory race car back in 1962. Zora wanted the Corvette to earn its stripes on the racetrack, and so this is what they did. They put the 360 horse fueling engine in the car. Some of them had big gas tanks, some of them had big brakes. This one has the big brakes, the metallic brakes, all ready for the racetrack. One of 246 with the heavy-duty brakes and special steering. They all had 4 speeds, and they all had the positive traction rear axle. These, once again, were cars that probably both factory drivers and privateers could get their hands on and go out and throw numbers on them and compete in the production classes of the SCCA. And they were dominant. In terms of the restoration of this car, let's not overlook, it's won the NCRS Duntov Mark of Excellence Award. Doesn't get much better than that. It's been a regional top flight winner. It's all there.
And it reaches a high bid of $105,000. So we need to pause here for just a minute or two. Our coverage on ESPN Plus resumes in a minute.
Welcome back to Glendale on an absolutely gorgeous Friday afternoon. 3 hours down, another 3 hours today to go here live on ESPN Plus. You know, we're only 2 months away from Dana Mecum's annual Spring Classic in Indianapolis. We can't wait to get there, and when we do, one of the headliners is right next to me, Chris Jacobs. She is so beautiful inside and out. Please tell me more.
Oh man, well, it's the only one in existence. This is the 1962 Excalibur RS Roadster, designed by Brooks Stevens and commissioned by Bob Shaw or Robert Shaw. And those initials are what the RS stands for, not Rally Sport or Rennsport, but Robert Shaw. It is a hand-formed aluminum body on a tubular chassis powered by a 5.7-liter GM engine. And as I said, one off. This is a Mercedes blue with white coves and a red accent. And those of you out there scratching your heads right now going, where have I heard Brooks Stevens' name before? Well, he was responsible for designing the Wienermobile, which is an automotive icon in its own right.
I've actually seen that at a racetrack as well, but this is probably a little faster.
This is probably a little faster, probably a little bit more valuable too. But yes, being offered for sale for the first time ever at the Spring Classic in Indianapolis this coming summer. Yeah, so exciting stuff.
And this interior, Chris, would you call that a purple? I mean, the leather quality, the trim, it's just stunning.
Yeah, I mean, the craftsmanship is just amazing, as you would expect from a one-off vehicle. So very, very cool. This is kind of based on a 1961 car by Studebaker, actually.
Yes.
That was also called the Excalibur, but this obviously much more rare, much more forward-thinking as far as its design goes, and much more valuable.
Yes, Scott, we cannot wait to see this travel over to Indy for the Spring Classic coming up May 9th through the 17th.
Oh, I'm with you there, DT. Bill, you and I spent a little bit of time around this car yesterday, in fact.
Yeah, and you're so right, Chris, about Brooks Stevens. Clifford Brooks Stevens was his name. Familiar with him. I've read a bunch of books about him. He designed motorcycles, cars, railroad cars, and you mentioned Studebaker. He and Raymond Loewy, who was one of the designers for Studebaker, started their own design company. So yeah, that car is a reflection of his genius.
Well, here is a 1972 Bronco. Don't need to tell you that this has been heavily modified and customized. You can see that clearly. But under the hood, Bill.
7.3 liters. Is that big enough?
Godzilla.
Yep. That's the big Godzilla V8. Plenty of power, 10-speed automatic, and people love these Gen 1 Broncos that have been customized like the one that you see. This market is white hot right now.
And so we'll move from that Bronco to the 1967 Sunbeam Tiger Mark II.
Mark II, that means it's got the 289. The Mark I started life with the 260 cubic inch Ford V8s. Great story behind the Sunbeam Tiger. You know, just to summarize, the Roots family owned Sunbeam. They saw what Shelby was doing with the Cobra. They had the Sunbeam Alpine and thought it could use a little bit more muscle. So Shelby and Ken Miles, they got together with their guys and put together a small block Ford into the Alpine, and hence the Sunbeam Tiger. This one with the correct 4-speed manual transmission. It's been upgraded a little bit on the engine. Edelbrock intake with a upgraded 4-barrel carburetor. These were nowhere near as powerful or as racy as the Cobra, but compared to the Alpine, wow, they were a world away. Pretty quick, great handling, and the market on these Sunbeam Tigers kind of plateaued right now. At one time they were really on the way up, but now, yeah, this is pretty much where they're selling for now. That'll go to the bid goes on.
Yeah, $70,000 was the high bid on that Sunbeam. Check this one out. Steve Matchett, if he's watching, would be all over this one. A 1947 Willis Jeep CJ2A Custom. Another little truck, a vehicle that says Tell me more. There's some hidden stuff going on here.
Oh, if Steve Matchett were here, he'd say, oh my, bonkers, look at this Jeep here. Oh, it's had so many modifications. I don't know how much Jeep is left in it. All aluminum custom, 1947 Willis body, a 302 Ford small block with performance upgrades, high performance C4 automatic. Oh, I can keep going. Ceramic coated headers, MagnaFlow exhaust, Dana 35 front axle, a narrow 9-inch rear end. Boy, the engineering into this, huh? Look at the craftsmanship on it, though.
No doubt.
The paint, the finish. Good looking wheel choice. Yeah, and there's more too. I'm telling you. Interior, aluminum bomber seats, custom covers, and Simpson belts. Frames have been powder coated. Yeah, 30,000 is not going to buy that Jeep.
Not at all. That may be half of what it takes.
You are correct.
All right, so the bid goes on at $30,000. How about a good old-fashioned, run-of-the-mill, stock 69 Z28?
And you know, that means that it's going to be worth a lot of money because it is unmodified. It has been beautifully restored. Everything is exactly the way that it would have been when it left the factory, including that high winding 302 small block 290 factory rated horsepower with that 4-speed, which they all had in 69.
Yep.
Daytona yellow. That is a freshly repainted coat of Daytona yellow on that car. New chrome and glass. MOG equipment is still sitting on the engine. And it's got that cowl induction hood, which it should have.
No funny business, no extra gingerbread.
No, rally wheels, raised white letter tires. You know, not the ones it came with. Those are those BF Goodrich TA radials. Better ride, better grip, better handling.
302 badging on that cowl hood.
As it should be.
Right.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
73
what I have.
is the bid.
I made you left it on the money all the way.
So influential was the 69 Camaro that it became the inspiration for the last generation of the Camaro. You can see that relationship very easily.
My other guy quit. Oh! 75.
Good.
Yes, we are.
All in is $76,000, 75 bid, $76,000, and we have.
Sell it.
There we go. The reserve is off now. Kirk Delzell up and out with the consignor.
77, and not get a bit of a 7 out, not get a bit of a 7, not get a bit of a 7. How about now? 70 Bonner, and not get a bit of a 7 out of not get a 600, get a bit of a 7 down.
Boy, they could have stayed with this body style another couple, 3 years, Scott.
I agree.
76 sold, $76,000 Megan's way.
That had some life left in it.
1 year only body style, and you know, a lot of people will go with, you know, pick the 70 or the 71 or 2, whatever, for their favorite, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. They should have hung on to this one for a minute.
At least one more year. I mean, the 67 and 68 practically identical.
Right.
Why not do it with this one?
I agree.
And the 70 was late coming to the marketplace too, so they had an opportunity. But well, whatever. That's ancient history now.
It is indeed. And on the block, current events, a 2011 Camaro Custom.
No, that's a Trans Am. Oh,
no,
wait, it's
a
not what it
Camaro.
appears.
It's not what it appears. And we see these, you know, from time to time where they'll take some license and turn a Camaro into a Trans Am lookalike, or what it might have looked like in 2011.
Yeah, and sometimes replicating the Bandit Trans Am,
right?
We'll see, you know, the black and gold. Folks at HPP Cars built this for the SEMA show. Only a couple thousand miles on it. 6.2-liter supercharged LS3 Edelbrock supercharger with a 6-speed manual.
70,000 Bob close at 70,000, closer to $100,000 to buy.
Well, you heard Matt Morbeck tell the audience here that it could take closer to $100,000 to buy that Camaro/Trans Am. On the block right now is a 1970 Bronco.
We saw this.
Yeah,
already.
we saw it yesterday. Yep. In fact.
Yeah, that was, you know, our NPD feature car. Look at that engine. Jack Roush built 347. Installed by Ironworks Speed and Custom out in Bakersfield, California. 8-stack electronic fuel injection. Wow, a lot of fuel running through that motor, and it's ready for it. Roller cam and lifters, forged piston, steel crank. Connecting rods have been upgraded, figuring about 465 horsepower. Look at the spare tire mounted in the pickup bed, sort of like an off-road Bronco. 4-wheel drive. These front hubs are locking. Fox shocks that we see on some of these off-road conversions on these Broncos. 4-wheel discs. Keep cool inside with vintage air. Just an outstanding Bronco.
Man,
this would go toe-to-toe with any other Bronco we've seen here. So
no doubt about it. 100,000 won't be close, but that red, that's Guards red or Viper red or something.
Red, candy apple red.
Wow. Well, Bill, I've got another one for you. Coming up tomorrow, 1970 Challenger RT. This was custom built about 10 years or so ago by Dave Kindig and his guys at Kindig Design. That's a supercharged 572 cube V8. You ready for this? 900 horsepower.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
That's a Kindig build, all right. Makes me want to get a beard like he has.
Start working on it now. Yes, that is coming. All kinds of other things that we could tell you about that, but we'll see it in person tomorrow here in Glendale. ESPN Plus coverage kicking off at 3 p.m. Eastern, just like today, just like yesterday. And we thank you folks for being with us. Very sincerely we do on ESPN Plus. And don't forget, the re-airs of these shows will be available on demand on this streaming platform and also on Mecum's YouTube channel beginning next Thursday. So make sure you take note of that. 1970 Camaro now, Bill, and six-figure bidding. What's going on with this car?
Oh, we'll never have the time to tell you everything about this build. It's called Tour de Force. Heath Helmer Restorations and Pride Fabrication responsible for this car that was featured in Popular Hot Rodding magazine. All the hard parts, the best you can get. Mack Development fuel-injected 427 with a Tremec T56 Magnum 6-speed manual. McLeod Racing twin disc clutch to handle all that power. Detroit Speed Engineering narrowed 9-inch rear end. Oh, so much goodies on this Camaro. Wow. Big build, time-consuming build, 600 horsepower being churned out by that big block. Cam, pistons, fuel pump, everything. Equal to the task. That is a handful of car.
135 pound, not getting a bit of a cut of it about 5, 135, not getting it about 5 is a no, not getting it 135, here, not getting it about half, not getting it about 35, not getting it about 30, not getting it about 35.
They're thinking about it.
You saw that, not getting it about 35, not getting it, not getting it, got it close at 130.
But they're not close. So the bid goes on at 130.
More than $150,000 taken away.
Now I'll bring F-192, a 72 Corvette LT1 coupe. Tank sticker.
So we will move to another LT1 Corvette, 1972 this time.
Let's see, we've had a 1970. I think we had a 1970.
Right.
And now this completes the triumvirate of the C3 LT1s. 350 cube, there it is, solid lifter engine, down to 255 horsepower. But in 1972, if you were shopping around for Detroit muscle, you had to kind of settle for what had been available just a few years earlier. 4-speed, this is the wide ratio manual transmission, which some people who don't race the cars really like. There's a little bit of a gap between the RPMs when you shift the gears. Makes it a little bit easier for cruising. Air conditioning, power steering, and of course, 4-wheel power disc brakes.
Hey, and the other thing about this year in the LT1, we mentioned the 70, the 71. 72 was the only year you could get air conditioning with the LT1, and that was a big deal.
Yes, it was. Take it from me, a Corvette without air conditioning in a hot climate. Oh, you're like those little apple pies at McDonald's underneath those lamps. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Yeah, you do need air.
That's a word picture that I have not heard for a Corvette lately. Let me tell you.
15, 16, 70,000.
All right, 1957 Bel Air convertible. What a beauty. Here it is on the auction block now.
And guys, really quickly, when I was doing my preview of this car, I managed to offend both the Ford fans and the Chevrolet fans by saying that this was a 289 under the hood. Of course, it's a 283 fuel injected. So my apologies out there, but I'd like to correct myself.
Hey, listen, don't worry. I'm sure you heard me try to describe what a Series 62 Cadillac was. You're in good company. Yeah, you're in good company, buddy.
The bidding here at $85,000, and this is, as we say often, this is one that's been brought back true to form.
Yeah, no hanky-panky here with this restoration. That's the Corvette engine in there, the 283 fuel-injected engine rated at 283 horsepower in 1957 in the Corvette. And I've told this story before, and I'll just repeat it. It was the marketing department at General Motors that said they wanted the rating to be 283 so that they could say 1 horsepower for 1 cubic inch. But in reality, it was 290 horsepower, and they went to that the following year in 1958.
Yeah, they thought people aren't going to believe us 2 years in a row.
Yeah, they were wise to them.
Beautiful car. That's Larkspur Blue.
Yeah, 100 grand or more is going to buy it. We know that.
So we'll move from that Bel Air to another Corvette. This is from 1957. And this is not the Fuelie, but it's the dual quad 283.
Yep, one step down from the Fuelie, the 270 horse 283, 2 4-barrels with a 4-speed, which became available in 1957, a little bit later in the production year. Also, that was the first year for positive traction in a Corvette, 1957. Venetian red, ivory coves, and the red interior. It's a sweetheart. C1 Corvettes, telling you, that market for a while was kind of going to sleep on us, but not anymore.
Boy, 57 was really the year of the revival for the Corvette. I mean, 56 kind of set the stage.
Right.
But man, in 57, it blew the doors off.
Exactly. Zora started racing them in 56, and by 1957, they're actually race winners and changed the whole image of the Corvette that, as we all know, back in 1953, got off to a rather dowdy start.
Reserve off, 95 grand. That's what it is. Gentleman back there in the back just bought a 57 Vet, $95,000. Okay, next up, 1991 Land Rover Defender 90.
A 34-year-old Land Rover Defender that's had a little bit of a makeover. It's got the 3.9 liter inline 4. That's okay. Allison transmission, but a B&M hammer shifter. And some other little changes from original. LED headlights. New suspension, including those Fox shocks that I mentioned earlier. Upgraded the brakes as well. And Nitto Ridge Grappler off-road tires. Gauges have received some upgrading as well. So conservative, yes, but the sum of all parts, a unique and certainly a collectible Land Rover.
Down, 81, you want to do that? Get 80 bid, 81,000. 80 bid, I'd get a bit of
80 grand is the bid.
80 bid, 81,000, yes, no. 80,000, I'd get a bit of down, 81 bid, I'd get a bit of George, how you doing? 81,000. 81,000 a bid. 80, I'd get a bit of down, I'd get a guess on, I'd get a bit of tab. Close at 80,000, close at $80,000. The bid
and
goes
80,
on.
as we mentioned, not going to be enough to tip the scale in favor of the reserve coming off. So that is a bid goes on Defender right there. And right behind it is a 1965 Corvette. We've had L79, L76, Here's an L78. That's the 4.25 horse 396, Bill.
Yes, and a one-year-only engine for the Corvette. 1966, they went to the 427, but the 396 4.25 horse Corvette could certainly go toe-to-toe with that L72. These were fast cars. This one, this has some recognition to it. 1967 NHRA Nationals in Indianapolis, the premier drag race. It ran the fastest time in the C Sports class, but was disqualified for removing the spare tire carrier. They were picky back then.
Was that your brother-in-law that was racing?
It might have been. He wouldn't tell me if it was. But anyway, you know, this has got that gold wood yellow paint, and it's mostly original. This car comes with some documentation, manufacturer's statement of origin. You got a copy of the original dealership invoice. And of course, I haven't mentioned it, 4.25 horse with a 4-speed transmission and a car that has run 11 seconds in the quarter mile.
There you see the winning bid at $145,000. That puts it tied for 7th overall today. Not bad at all. Here's a 1967 Pontiac Firebird 400 convertible now.
Yeah, this has been completely gone through. There's the mill. It's a 400 cube 325 horse V8 turbo 400 automatic, and everything that is subject to be rebuilt has been done, including engine, transmission, rear end. It's a posse with 355 gears, brand spanking new exhaust system. Got the hood tack on it too. That's something that always gets your attention.
You mentioned the engine rebuild. They rebuilt the original numbers matching engine.
Yep, right where it belongs.
PHS documents to go along with it.
Regimental red. You see that on Firebirds and full-size Pontiacs and GTOs. It made the rounds.
What were you doing in '67 when the guys at Pontiac first introduced the Firebird?
In my life or in my automotive world?
Well, either.
Graduating high school.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, I did it.
You did it.
Very proud of that.
But I mean, what was the general response? People blown away by this? Was it just a splash, or
no?
What do you remember?
It was a splash. Scott, remember in 1967, the muscle car era was in full bloom.
Yeah.
As a teenager.
That's why
every
we're
week
pointing at
there
it.
was
62,
something new. The manufacturers were just rolling out a car that was a little faster than the one that they built previously. So the Firebird with a 400 cube engine, you know, and available with a 4-speed and positive traction rear end. Yeah, we took notice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
What a time to be graduating from high school.
Oh,
very, very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a 1955 Nomad with some custom touches in and around it.
What was happening in your world in 1955?
1955? Nothing. I wasn't even here yet.
I just wanted to hear you say it. Yeah, custom job here. Comprehensive restoration, 350 cubic inch V8. And look at the interior. Oh, it sparkles like a set of polished wine glasses. Man. Turbo 400. See the red, you see the wheel treatment there with the center caps, trim rings, replicating those rally wheels. Got an upgraded sound system, going to keep cool with the vintage air, digital gauges. Nothing to fault on that Nomad that I can see.
It just occurred to me that in 1955, my dad was graduating high school, so.
I asked for that.
I was way off on the radar. $85,000. Wow, how do you beat that color combination?
Oh, man.
You know. We'll be back. State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona. More to come on ESPN+. Oh, it is a smorgasbord of muscle and performance and exotic cars here on the playing surface, not the actual surface, the field level at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Right now, as we get set to resume our coverage, let's take a moment to check in with Chris Jacobs for today's Stay-Built Performance Tip.
Yeah, Scott, what it is, March 21st, we made it. We survived winter. The first day of spring has arrived. However, that means that rust is still very much in play. And as car guys, we want to battle rust toe-to-toe every single day. You know who can help? Stay-Built with their rust stopper. It stops rust right in their tracks. And there is certainly not even a flake of rust on this gorgeous 1970 Plymouth Hemi Cuda, one of only 652 Hemi Cudas built in 1970. You're seeing the factory shaker hood right there, and those massive valve covers that scream out Hemi, my most famous word in the entire Mopar language. What a gorgeous, gorgeous car this is, done up in Jamaica blue metallic black interior. Of course, you're seeing the pistol grip 4-speed transmission. Ooh la la, this car has it all and is done to perfection. This is an outstanding restoration and it's absolute showstopper, both top and bottom. It's going across the block tomorrow, and I am sure it's guaranteed to be one of the top sellers. Scott?
I think that's a safe prediction, Chris. Thank you very much. StayBuiltMecum.com, your online headquarters for all things stable. Let's get back to the block here now, Bill, with a 69 four-wheel drive Chevy pickup. This is a K10 from 69, and boy, they have worked overtime on getting this one right.
Another big money build, Scott, done by the boys over there at Bennett's Garage over in Mesa, Arizona. 350 under the hood, mile cam, billet specialties, cosmetics all around, and just built fastidiously. Just missed the reserves.
Well, 2010 was a big year for the Camaro because it marked the return of the Camaro after an absence of a few years. And here we go from 2010.
6.2 liter V8 with a 6-speed manual transmission, and boy, 6-speed manual transmissions are going the way of the woolly mammoth.
I know.
That's nice to see in this one. Custom built all the way through, built for high performance from the ground up. A lot of custom pieces all around the car, even has a roll cage. Really gives it that boy racer feel. You saw the modifications to the interior. 5-spoke mags, painted, powder coated to match the exterior paint. Recaro bucket seats, you may have got a quick glimpse of those. And once again, just a little short of the money we need.
Okay. And so arriving front and center for us now is a 68 Mustang convertible in a Highland green. Ordinarily, that's going to channel some Bullet vibes, and it still does to a certain extent, but the convertible, the wheel and tire package, and of course the engine, completely different.
Yeah, and they're going for that Shelby lookalike, a 68 GT350, but no factory GT350. Ever had a 347 stroker in it. Aluminum heads, Holley 4-barrel carburetor, running a lot of fuel through that engine. Tremec 5-speed manual. You mentioned the Highland green with the white GT rocker stripes. So it does have a pretty close approximation to a 68 rather GT350. 5-spoke American torque thrust wheels with polished rims. Ride-Tech adjustable front coilovers. And some other things that have been done to this car, not exactly according to the Shelby game plan, but that's okay. The finished product speaks for itself.
44, 45, I get 44 to bid, 45, 44,000, 45,000.
Set of headers on there, MSD ignition.
What do you got?
Like I said, built for performance.
46, 45, 46 $100. Chris, you want to get 46? 46, higher David to get here, 5-6, higher David in there, 46,000, higher David to get 45 to bid, 100 David to get here, $600, here to buy $600 bid, 46.
46.
45, 46.
Ho!
7, 47, 50, just give 50. Give 50. Give $50,000. 50. Higher David to get down. 50. Higher David to get here. 58,000. 48. You should have heard what he was saying about you last night. Give 48.
48.
Got 47. $48,000.
Got 48.
Now you got 48. Take it down 50.
Reserves off, right?
I get 48, 50. I never get down 48, 50. Count on a bit, 100, 48.
You know, that was one thing about the 68 GT350. That was a time where all the manufacturers were just stuffing everything with big horsepower. The original 68 GT350 was not really a powerhouse.
Hey,
right. Just switched over to the 302. It's not really a gorilla kind of engine, and yet still collectible and desirable to everybody.
48, 50.
A lot of good activity on this car.
Look at that.
50.
Man, 49, reserve off.
So $49,000 Blake Box.
Okay, there we go. Put it in the books. Hammered it for $49,000. So we will step aside very, very briefly. About 2.5 hours left with you here from Glendale. Back with more in a moment. We are back, and check this out. Going for $102,500, Bill, well above the pre-auction estimate of 56 Nomad.
Bone stock all the way, 265 V8. That's the power pack engine, the 4-barrel dual exhaust. Matador red, dune beige on the outside, red and beige matching interior. Yep, well worth the money.
We have been blessed with a lot of good Nomads here. Both bone stock, as you mentioned, and heavily customized. Wow. Here's a 54 Corvette, the second year of the Corvette. This is in pennant blue. And it's got to wait a minute for the Nomad to get out of the way.
A little gridlock here.
Right, and it's a, second year is when Corvette decided to kind of open up that color palette just a little bit.
Yeah, 4 colors available in 1954. This is one of them. And this is all correct. Documentation proves just what it is what you see. NCRS Top Flight. It's got the little Blue Flame 6 that we talk so much about. 150 horsepower.
And it sold for $62,000. And no replica here. No semblance of anything other than a real deal, legit 67 GT500 on the auction block.
First year for the big block in the Shelbys. This is an early car, as you can see by the high beams that are inlaid there in the front grille, right side by side. They were moved out further to the edge of the grille later on because of government regulations. Lime gold, very popular color here. And of course the 428 with 2 4-barrel carburetors, the only multiple carbureted Ford engine that you could get back in the day. Yeah, look at the bidding on this guy.
Yep, not surprising. That is lime gold. A very soft and gentle color for your GT500.
Very appealing.
And yeah, 175 is good money, but that's going to be well short of what's necessary.
Yes, sir.
So we'll move on, and the next car, a 1954 Buick Skylark convertible. And the thing that is so striking to me about this visually, Bill, is the inner fender wells that are painted red. It kind of looks like those, spike stiletto heels with the red soles on it. It's a very formal-looking, dressy car.
Now, that would be an overdrawn comparison, but I'll work with you on that. Yeah, 1 year after the Motorama cars debuted, General Motors went into production with the Skylark and pretty much stuck with what the 53 was on the show circuit. Number 638 of 835 that were produced. Comprehensive restoration, as you can guess. 322 cube nail head with 200 horsepower. And Harley Earl at GM, who we obviously have to take our hat off to for what he was doing back at General Motors during the time period. He let his designers just go for it. He wasn't standing over their shoulders. He said, look, we want to build some cars that'll have every other manufacturer in town just throwing their hands up and trying to think of a way to compete with us. And this Buick is a good example of what they could come up with.
Unbelievable presence and elegance.
Yep.
The black paint is incredible. The bright work complementing it on this car all the way around.
We're talking about the mid-1950s to see a car with this high style.
82, 85, 82's bid, 570 bid, now 85.
No reserve, by the way.
Top is down. Oh boy, you can really appreciate that automobile to be able to see the outside and the inside. Kelsey Hayes chrome wire wheels with those white wall tires.
90 grand, is that going to be it? I think so. There it is, the Buick Skylark. What a beautiful car that is.
Oh, and that deep black polished paint.
Yep.
It's like a mirror.
Never get tired of looking at it. Here we go with another 1955 Chevrolet, one of the Tri-5 Chevys. This is a Bel Air, of course, top trim level in 55, 6, and 7.
And this has escaped the welding torch of the customizers as well. Regal turquoise with India ivory, 265 V8 engine, made its debut in 1955. This is the power pack version, and to repeat, that means 4-barrel carburetor, dual exhaust, automatic transmission, power glide, 2-speed, bench seats, all the correct factory equipment. And look at the paint, excellently applied and presented.
Man, I'll never forget a number of years ago, we were in Monterey. Speaking of customizers, we had a beautiful 57 Eldorado Barretts or something on the auction block, and John and I had just finished introducing George Barris, who was in the audience, and that Cadillac sold, and you piped up and said, "Hey, keep George Barris away from that car."
I remember that.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh boy, Joey, we miss him. We love George Barris. He'd come to the auctions,
and his daughter Joji still shows up. She was there back in August.
Right,
definitely. Okay, here's a Pontiac Chieftain convertible now from 1958. Big Pontiac for us.
Oh, yeah, Scott. The very important time period for Pontiac. Bunky Knudsen came in to run the division, and one of the main goals for him was to kind of erase the kind of a frumpy image that Pontiac had. Man, he went over the top. This 1958 Chieftain convertible, this was not even the top of the line. This is not the Bonneville. And my, oh my, the 370 cubic inch tri-power V8 engine, that was the dreadnought motor for Pontiac at the time. Automatic transmission, and man, all that chrome, full wheel covers, simulated spinners. This is what he wanted to do, and I think he succeeded. This car changed the whole image of Pontiac almost overnight.
So, $46,000 next Franklin.
Lot F212,
All right,
56.
46, how about that? Hey, Bill, it's mid-50s o'clock here, and I didn't even realize it.
Look at that.
We've had a good run of these cars from such a fantastic era in U.S. automotive history. Here's another one, 1956 Bel Air, another Bel Air, but this in convertible trim.
And all of them back to original. These cars, you know, again, we've seen what people can do with some of these shoebox Chevrolets in terms of customizing and upgrading, and I love them all, but when you see something like this, it's pretty special. This also has that 265 V8 that we saw in the 1955. This is a year later. Automatic transmission, power glide. Paint, perfect. Continental, spare tire. Looking period correct. Chrome bumpers and trim and the stone guards to give a little bit more bling to the exterior. We call those cruiser skirts back in the day. But they could be factory ordered. Full wheel covers, wide white wall tires.
You want to give 68 last upon a call. It's 70 down 8. Higher David get 8 pound down 70. Higher David get 70 pound under bid. Higher David get 70 bid. Higher David we can do the next one.
Do you remember China Shore?
Oh, sure.
See the USA, Chevrolet?
Yes.
Yeah. That was a great time for the automobile industry. Of course, things kind of took a little nosedive in that 1958 recession, but we're in a time period right here where anything was possible.
Sold $70,000. Paul Gugg sold $70,000.
There's lot F2, 1956 Chevy.
All right, 1956 Bel Air hammers for $7,000. Oh boy, it's a good Friday to be hanging out here in Glendale. Glad you're with us on ESPN Plus. State Farm Stadium imposing on the northwest side of Phoenix, specifically in Glendale. We welcome you back to our live coverage here this Friday as we approach 7 o'clock East, 4 p.m. almost here in the Valley. Let's check in real quickly with Danielle Trotta.
Thanks, Scott Hoke. Our final day in Glendale is tomorrow, and this beautiful 1959 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL Roadster is going to cross the block. I've been walking the floor along with Chris Jacobs all day, and this beauty just stopped me dead in my tracks, and I found a really interesting story about it. Commissioned by the FADBNA in Los Angeles, it was commissioned new by them, imported to North America, and delivered at Rockefeller Center in April of 1959. Then it was lost, basically. No one kept track of it. It wasn't discovered again until 2014, after it was found to have been parked in a garage in Southern California since 1978. It has since gone under an extensive restoration, but you see the original body panel and floors. It has been stamped by a marquee expert after the restoration was completed in 2016, been featured in numerous magazines, and one of the most beautiful leather interiors. The color is actually just described as red, but here in person it's like a mauve kind of rose color, but absolute perfection. And the mileage on the odometer reading 9,845. This Roadster is crossing the block tomorrow, Scott Hoke, and I cannot find a blemish, scratch, or mistake on it.
Oh, it is a beauty. That could be classified as a parking garage find, but those 190 SLs are definitely high on the Mercedes-Benz desirability list.
Yeah, that's a Condition 1 car.
Oh, is it ever. Okay, back to the block, actually, just a few yards away from that, maybe kind of a down and out pass from where that Mercedes-Benz is hanging. 72 K10 Cheyenne Super.
Yep, short box K10. This is the final year of the glamour era for the Chevy pickup. Not long thereafter, we went into the square body generation. 350 V8. Four-wheel drive, as the K designation tells you. Turbo 350 automatic, professionally applied two-tone blue and white exterior. And this has only been driven about 100 miles since the comprehensive restoration was wrapped up. Another big money truck.
Now 100,000. Don't let him do that to you. Give 100,000. 100,000. 97.5. Give 100. 97.5. Hit a bit of a good one. Iron a bit of a 97.5. Anybody else here for $100,000 bid? 97.5 at a bid. 100,000. 97.
Yeah, you know, you don't need to dump in a 600 horsepower LS engine, trick suspension, Rancho shocks, or go completely crazy to get a truck that's worth around $100,000.
But you could do that.
You could. You've seen them, but this is a very original.
Yeah,
72 K10.
You got it, man.
Is that petty blue, Bill, or is that petty blue?
It would be very close, yeah. Maybe a little lighter than a grabber blue.
I think so.
Yep.
97.5. That is your hammer price. So let's check out the next car on the block, Ford Thunderbird, 1957.
Final year of the Baby Bird, the two-seater with the 312. That was the bigger of the two engines that the Baby Birds offered, the 292, and this is the 312, three-speed automatic. And sometimes we'll see a manual. There you see it's got the dress-up kit in the engine room. Some changes, some upgrades, some improvements. Colors bronze on the outside, bronze on the inside. You see some accessory gauges that were added underneath the dashboard. They replaced the exhaust system, brand new one, and Willwood front disc brakes for more stopping power. Does have the soft top with it.
38,000. By the way,
yes,
I don't know if you saw this or not. Formula One, second race of the season in China this weekend.
Yes.
Lewis Hamilton, first year for Ferrari.
Oh, yeah.
Grabbed the pole for the race.
Wow.
Finished 10th in Australia last weekend.
Yeah, he was nowhere.
Well, yeah, but that lot of rain and a lot of nasty weather.
He's a 7-time world champion. What's a little rain?
Okay, so it was maybe the bounce back of the century.
Yeah, maybe.
But my goodness, yeah, grab the pole. Lewis Hamilton in a Ferrari.
Yeah, no.
So many people have been waiting on that one.
I know, still getting used to the sound of that.
38,000. They're still working on this T-Bird here.
Or anywhere in between. $45,000 is magic number, though, sir. If you want it for $45,000, raise your hand right now. You own the car. $45,000 once, twice, third, and pot of call if you want it. $45,000. Okay, I'm going to close bid at $38,000 with Paul Guck.
Take a look here, lot F2, 17.
Well, 38,000. That's going to be the high bid on that T-Bird. A very interesting car now on the block, Bill, and I know you know a lot about the history of this. It's a replica of a car that Zora Arkus Duntov, the father of the Corvette, really wanted to get into production. A mid-engine Corvette, kind of one of the forerunners.
Decades before we saw the C8, already in Zora's mind, he thought that mid-engine was the way to go with the Corvette. This was his first attempt to build a car that could somehow lay the foundation for a production mid-engine Corvette. He had other experimental cars as well. This is known as, well, a replica of Serv 1, Chevrolet Engineering Research Vehicle -1. This is Zora's son who's responsible for putting this project together, and boy, that so many people collaborated on this project. What they could not find in terms of Chevrolet's archival parts and pieces, they fabricated themselves. A car that obviously had so many departures from what a production Corvette would have, and yet Zora, he learned a lot from this automobile in terms of the superstructure. The powertrain, a 388 cubic inch V8, made massive horsepower for the time. This one all modified with modern speed equipment. And look at that. It is going to sell stuff.
They even borrowed some of the louvers out of a 58 Corvette hood,
yes.
It looks like.
Whatever they couldn't find or fabricate, they would make something work. They'd make the changes to it.
Yeah, and it was really kind of a testing ground. An experimental car all the way, and it sold for $100,000 here at Mecum Glendale. Very cool little replica of the real deal back in the day. Okay, 1967 Camaro RS Resto Mod here. What kind of a list do we have of mods and goodies here, Bill?
Oh, all on this itty-bitty card, as Bullwinkle used to say. Hey, this is not, oh, look at that. Oh, I just want to look at that some more. 525 horsepower, 6.2 liter V8. That's the LS series. Comprehensive rotisserie restoration, 6-speed Tremec manual, finish work on the body and the paint. Beauty.
High bid on that 67 Camaro. I believe it was $67,000. Well, we roll on. 2 hours to go here as we hit 4 o'clock here in the Valley of the Sun. 7 o'clock Eastern time. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens here in the booth with me, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, out on the field level in the staging areas. Our terrific crew at the other end of the building here at State Farm Stadium. Glad you're with us today on this Friday. ESPN Plus, our new home. in our 18th season of Mecum on television. Glad to have you. And glad to have this 71 Bronco to talk about here. Another high-end build, Bill.
Another one of those ultimate builds on these first-gen Broncos. It's a 1971, so we're kind of like midway through that first generation. Coyote engine, guessing maybe 500 horsepower. And so much great craftsmanship and detailing that goes into that little truck.
And so the bid goes on, I believe, on that truck, and gives us an opportunity to roll out another Camaro from 1969 and another custom Camaro.
Yeah, and another great job of engineering to put this all together. 5.7 liter LS1, that's the power plant, 700 R4. 4-speed overdrive automatic, the TCI Pro Touring chassis. So you look at the engine and you know that the underpinnings on this Camaro all set up for all that power. 9-inch rear end from TCI, coil over, upgraded suspension, AC inside, Wilwood power disc brakes. Everywhere you look, custom touches. Look at that. Keyless entry. No exterior badges to speak of. A smoothie.
Anybody gets $70,000 for it. At 65 bid, anybody gets 70 bid, anybody gets 70,000.
Those are Budnick wheels, by the way, 18-inch, all blacked out.
Now
CR-rated tires. Keeping it cool, aluminum radiator. Boy, I can keep going. It's had the full treatment. Powell induction hood.
And a hammer price of 65,000 bucks. Okay, we have had a lot of really good power wagons from Dodge here in Glendale this week. Here's another one from 1958, a W300M Navy pickup.
Yeah, we got a sneak peek at this from Chris a little earlier, and that's the surprise. The power is an LS3, 480 horsepower GM Performance crate engine, matching up with a 4L70E automatic. Little Bits Vintage Speed Garage in Mesa, Arizona. Not too far from here. Did the build on this. Yeah, a lot of modifications and upgrades everywhere you look. Very subtle paint job. See that willow opal green with the black fenders. Very understated truck, but nothing understated about the engineering that went into it.
And it's, you know, we call it Navy pickup, and for good reason. It's the real thing.
Yeah.
With its plaque from the Department of the Navy verifying its history with the Navy.
I think I mentioned those were 10 bolts. Those are 12 bolt wheels they stole from a Hummer. Had them powder coated.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, the high bid at $100,000 on the Power Wagon. Look at this slammed 82 K5 Blazer now.
Yep, in the weeds. Down she goes. Made possible by totally redone suspension.
Look at that engine room.
Yeah, that's that kind of like that sanitary approach that the builders have now, where all of the harnesses and wiring and all of the accessories are kind of channeled through the frame and underneath, so you don't see them. Very clean look. 6-liter LS2 V8, that's what we just saw with Holley electronic fuel injection. Tremec 6-speed. I love the fact we're seeing more of these Tremec manual transmissions too.
Right.
Takes a little extra work, you know, to hang the clutches and all that stuff, but I'm old school. It's what I like. Yeah, I mentioned the suspension, front and rear coilover suspension, drop down, as you can see. I think those are 10-spoke wheels.
85.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I usually get that wrong, but I think I got them this
If you
time.
do, it's still
20-inch diameter wheels, too, from Raceline.
It's worth a chance. You want to give 85? 80's bid. 85. 80 bid. You want to give 85,000. You want to give 80 bid. 85. Close bid at $80,000. Goes the bid. The bid goes on.
Now I'll bring you up to
All right, well, the high bid here, $80,000. And that gives us a chance to head back maybe to midfield. I'm not sure where Chris Jacobs is, but I know he's in the 303 staging lane somewhere. Oh, he's down at the other end, I think, right?
I ran a post route, Scott, so I'm deep.
Okay.
Hit me on the fly.
Right on.
Yeah, out here in staging with a very cool vehicle. This is a 1979 Cadillac DeVille convertible. Now you may be going, I didn't think Cadillac made a convertible in 79, and they didn't. But they did send a limited number out to Hess and Eisenhart, who were the premier conversion company in the country at the time, sent them 100 of them, and they converted these DeVilles into convertibles. And what an excellent job they did. It looks like it's a factory issue. Like I said, not only rare being only one of 100, but rare in the sense that there's only 2,600 miles on this vehicle. Check out the features like this compass that's on the windshield, and this is very cool. This right here by the side view mirror, that's a temperature gauge. How awesome is that? And last but certainly not least, I want to show you these, which I would assume are the original gold keys with the Cadillac emblem keychain there. What a cool touch that is. And of course, if you're into music, it's got an 8-track player. You still got those around, Scott, right?
A couple of them, I think. By the way, if you've got a convertible, you're driving around here in Phoenix in the summer, why do you need a temperature gauge to tell you that it's hot? It's just dang hot.
Yeah, you don't need to know the details.
That's a cool feature, but, you know, that is pretty good. Thanks, Chris Jacobs. That is a preview of a cool car.
Yeah, one of 100. That's
don't
exclusive.
See it. Mm-hmm. Nice. Back down here in our end zone, 1969 Firebird convertible.
Yep, not a Trans Am. 1969, Pontiac launched the Trans Am, but this one, nope. A 400 cube V8 with a Muncie M21 4-speed ram air hood. Been documented by PHS. I'd like to see that. That is called antique gold on the outside, black interior. Extras include the tilt steering column and the bucket seats and a console factory air.
Okay, $65,000 will be the high bid for the Firebird as we get set to take a quick timeout very briefly. Less than 2 hours remaining here from Glendale tonight. Oh, it's such a good day here at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Wow, we are seeing lots and lots of dollar signs with some fantastic cars and trucks as we roll on with our live coverage on ESPN Plus. This one is a 91 Bronco Silver Anniversary, Bill Stevens.
Yes, it is, Scott. First year for the Bronco was 1966. 1991 would have been 25 years, and this is the Bronco vintage that celebrates that anniversary. Four-wheel drive on that 5-liter V8 with an automatic. That's called Current Red, by the way, Currant. And lots of options as well. It's loaded.
$24,000 is the bid on the anniversary. Wait a minute. I think they just lifted the reserve. They went back to that Bronco. So we will as well. There it is. 23 is the corrected bid.
23,000. Anybody get 24? So 20.
Okay, so there it is. 23 will buy it. A lot of burgundy there.
Somewhat distinctive with that anniversary nomenclature, I would say.
And so a 1949 Chevy 5-window, 3100 5-window is up next. Little small block V8 under the hood here, Bill.
Yeah, and that's something that we would expect on these custom 49 Chevy 5-window pickups. 4-barrel carburetor. I'm going to guess we're about 300 horsepower, give or take. Very mild. Got the red paint on the outside and a red and black interior. It's got that banjo-style steering wheel that we see on these customized trucks from time to time. Odometer gauges, it's AC, and I'm going to take a look again at the paint job on the truck. Very smoothly. Both applied and then detailed. Pacer wheels, all polished up. Yeah, once again, this is one of those vehicles, Scott. Less is more.
Right.
You know, don't overthink it. Just do what you're going to do right. You'll be on solid ground.
$57 Ford Thunderbird rolling up next for us. And again, keep it simple. Back to the basics. 312 V8.
The only difference between this one and the one we saw a little earlier is the color, actually. 312 automatic. This one has that porthole removable hardtop mounted on it. And power steering and brakes.
At 22 bid, you're going to get 57 Thunderbird for $22,000. At 20 bid, you're going to get 2 bid, you're going to get 2 bid, you're going to get 2. At 20's bid, you're going to get 22,000. Roll it away now. You're going to get 22. At $20,000. 22.
A couple of more grand to get the reserve off, buy the car. You've got
24. 23.
Some serious automotive history in your garage.
Yeah, this is an attainable 1957 Thunderbird. We're not going to see big bidding on this. So we'll see if we can get a hammer on it.
$24,000. At 23, you're going to get 4 bid. You're going to get 24.
Yeah, if you want big bucks, go see Amos Minter and his restorations.
Yeah, get yourself an F code from Amos. We'll see how
set
much.
you back 150 grand.
Yeah, you'll be peeling your bankroll to get that car.
22. Got 22. You got to be 23, Ryan. The reserve is off. 22.
Okay, reserve's off. That's
23.
good news.
Yes, it is.
22. Yeah, I'm sorry, sir, but I already had 22, so you couldn't be. It's his job to explain that to you. He didn't do that. It's his first day. He's not from around here. 22. 23. 22, baby. You're going to get 23. So, $22,000, Acton Teeter.
Oh, I'll bring you up 230.
Well, there you go.
$22,000. Restored in 2020.
Jimmy Landis got a kick out of that.
Automatic with a hood.
And somebody's got a fresh addition to their collection. How about your 69 Firebird convertible here now, Bill?
Yep, restored about 5 years ago. See the orange paint. And a contrasting black interior and top. And there you see the engine room. Chrome valve covers, open element air cleaner. That looks like a high-rise aluminum intake manifold there. Can't sneak that past me. Rally wheels, wearing Cooper tires. So a little originality, a little creativity, and a car that, you know what, is not going to break the bank.
Close a bid at 27.8.
I'm thinking another few thousand will buy that car.
Hold on a minute. 27, they thought the bid was closed, but a very last minute bid bumps it up, and now we're at reserve off territory.
Popcorn, pretty good.
Hey, I'm pretty impressive on that. Did I make that call or what?
The internet is out. I've got 28 in the back.
I don't like the pause.
28 bid 30.
I think you did.
Oh, yes, it's too late.
Can we give 29? So, 28 sold, $28,000.
That's like a continuation foul in basketball. You go into the hoop, they blow the whistle, and you score, and they give you the free throw anyway,
You
right?
do the Euro step and all that stuff.
Yeah. All right, from the Firebird now to a 56 Corvette convertible. And that's redundant, actually, because all of the C1s were convertible. Some had the hard tops. But this is dual quad again, dual quad V8, 265, 240 horse this time, Bill.
Yeah, it makes it a little out of the ordinary because it does have that 265, but it also has the factory special high lift camshaft. So we're talking about 240 horse with a 2 4-barrel carburetors. 3-speed manual transmission about a year before the 4-speed came in, and that's a color we see a lot, the Venetian red and the red and white contrasting interior. That optional Wonder Bar radio.
65.
We call them a seek and scan or signal seeking radio. That was a big deal back in the day.
Into the 70s now on this 56 Vet.
The return of those little vent inlets on the fenders too that hadn't been seen since the Waldorf Astoria proto car.
Do you want to give 73?
So it's a 2-year design only, a little indicator of what year the Corvette is.
And Mopar turned those around and put them on the Superbird.
Exactly.
That's in the 73.
74.
No.
73, 74. Close the bid at $73,000. Close the bid.
Well,
It goes
in
on.
1956, 3,467
offering
Corvettes were
F232,
built, and 1,043 of them were Venetian red, the #1 color choice in 1956.
Would have guessed that, yeah.
And did that one end up selling?
No.
Okay. Bid goes on at $73,000. 1955 Chevy 210, another shoebox Chevy custom here. Bill?
Yep. All different and usually all spectacular. That's a Summit Racing 350 crate motor with aluminum heads. And some interior work done to that engine as well. Super T10 4-speed. Manual transmission. Oh, that's gotta be fun to drive. Ooh, let's sneak into the interior. Love that. Look at the leather bucket seats, custom console. Pretty much stuck with the stock dashboard, but it does have aftermarket gauges. This thing will bark too. It's got electric cutouts on the exhaust. You just pull a little lever and man, you can wake up the dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stance is just perfect on this 55 also.
Oh, yeah.
California
Nice.
rake down in the front.
Good call there, CJ.
Yeah, looks, yeah, ready for the straight.
$72,000. Anybody get 71?
We had 68.
Okay, bidders assistants, get ready.
They're in there behind those 10-spoke wheels, but you can barely see them. CPP drilled and slotted rotors, 13 inches in the front, 12 inches in the rear.
Now offering F2, 3,
Serious stopping capability
plenty of
there.
brake on that Chevy. You gotta definitely believe that.
V8 with an automatic.
$70,000 going to be the high bid.
How much is somebody get
And now to a 1958 Apache pickup truck.
Yeah, pretty much, you know, the same formula we just saw on that last car at 55 Chevy. Crate motor, 350, 3-speed automatic.
Now 40 at 40,000.
A lot of upgrades, YN polished high-rise intake with a Holley carburetor, 650 CFM. Headers, Flowmaster exhaust, interior all redone. Look at the bed there with a hardwood finish with the stainless strips. All the chrome, all the stainless, polished to a fine edge. Those wheels are Riddlers, 20 inches.
Well, that's got a little growl, doesn't it?
It does indeed. That's what a Flowmaster exhaust will do for you.
Good looking truck, but I gotta say, with those Riddler wheels as open as they are, this truck could benefit from a custom brake job as well. Really make that pop too.
Oh yeah, get some big calipers in there, all color matched maybe.
Come on, they're all wanting to
Now
do.
50.
Sitting on 50.
What do you got?
Is that not right?
They're saying that they put us in at 50. Are you okay there?
Thought it was right.
They're saying they
I've
put
been
us
wrong
in at
before.
50. Yeah, you
Just
okay
ask my
there?
wife.
Okay. Yeah.
52. 50 bid. 52. 50 bid. Anybody get 52? Caller.
Hey, the
Caller,
reserve's
right.
off. Frank
50 bid.
Mecum
Anybody get
indicating
52?
that.
Reserve is off. 50's bid. 52. 52.
Wow,
bid.
that's a
Anybody get
motivated seller.
52. 5. 55. 52. How about 53?
Hey,
52.
you
bid.
did all
Anybody
the
get
work.
3?
You got that
Anybody get
reserve
3?
off.
Anybody get 3?
You almost had that truck home. Get 53.
That's that big rear window option too that is pretty unusual, and a lot of folks want it. Wraps around and all kinds of visibility. And it sold for $52,000. How about that?
One of the buys of the day, I would say.
And so we'll finish up a buy of the day. Head to break. Be back with more in a moment. Well, ordinarily that would be covered with grass if the Arizona Cardinals were in season here at State Farm Stadium. Today and all weekend, it's covered by some fantastic automobiles. And we'll see many of them tomorrow. We are at State Farm Stadium, Glendale, Arizona, here on ESPN Plus. And 1955 Bel Air is on the block. This one, is it stock, Bill, or is it a custom?
Are you the one that said you can't always believe what you see?
I did.
Here you go. This looks bone stock, but it's anything but, with that power plant, crate 350 with a cam and aluminum heads and intake and an Edelbrock carburetor. But outside, no way to know what's going on underneath that hood.
That's fun.
Yeah.
45 grand. I think that's the high bid. And so we'll let that go to bid goes on. And focus for a moment on an AM General Hummer from 1996.
Put on your big boy pants if you want to drive this one.
Hang on a minute. They just sold the Bel Air. So it went from bid goes on to sold in a matter of seconds.
I like that. Rack it up.
Okay, you were talking about big boy pants.
Yeah, look at this. This is a 96 a General Hummer pickup. And I'll tell you, you're not going to find many people that are going to fight you for a parking spot. 6.5 liter turbo diesel. It's got the diesel engine, automatic transmission, all black. So sinister.
Oh, if you take up more than one spot, I'm putting a note on your window, guy.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Look at the bar on the front of that vehicle, too. That means business.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
That's going through anything.
Get out of my way. These had some engineering in them. You know, they are durable and built to last. Dual range transfer case and four-wheel disc brakes, so they'll stop as well as go over anything.
38,000. A little bit less than the consignor wanted, so he's going to hang on to it and let the bid goes on, folks.
And if you love the smell of diesel, just follow close behind.
Yeah, or keep the windows open.
Right.
You'll get plenty.
Okay, Bill, here we go.
Yeah.
66, 4 1/4 horse, 427, big block Vet. 4-speed and vintage air, not factory air, but vintage.
Yeah, that's the only way you could go in a solid lifter big block Corvette. He's at it later. Can you believe that the restoration on this car was completed 12 years ago?
Wow.
Yeah, it's holding up. Klein Engines did the engine work on that 4 1/4 horse solid lifter 427. Power disc brakes, they were installed a couple years ago. Also power steering, power windows, and power antennas. Pretty loaded car here. Side exhaust and knockoff wheels with the gold striped tires.
And that is Mosport Green.
Mosport Greens, correct. Short for Motorsport Green, which is that park up in Canada, that road course.
We're into six-figure bidding here, guys.
Needed at 100.
Police are here and they're keeping an eye on that. Right there he is. See that?
Talked a little bit about this before. That you mentioned the restoration bill a dozen years ago. They did it down in Tucson, and so keeping it in that climate, in this climate here in the desert, is certainly beneficial.
Yep. No doubt about it. A West Coast car or Southwest always preserves a lot of the metal work on a car.
Well, I don't have two of them.
Don't know what the rear end ratio is in this car. Mine, as I mentioned, at 411, so it had a lot down low. But you know, you get 308 gears in these Corvettes, and now you're talking about a car to 170, 175 miles an hour.
Here's Russ
if you're brave enough.
I got 105 right
well,
there.
105, and they're still working on it.
What do you have? Hallelujah! $107,500 is the bid.
I get along now.
Can I sell it now? Reserve is off. Do you want to give 110? You said no 12 times. I'm one of these other two. 110.
You're gonna get a check for 100,000.
Jimmy got into the Red Bull. I don't know.
Sir,
take a good look at your car, because that guy is going to be driving.
Look for an IV.
110.
He might be, going
Could be a
straight in.
girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
he is
She's going to be driving your car.
107.5 is the bid. The internet, Megan with the internet has the high bid.
So,
And there it is.
$107,500, Megan on the internet. So,
There we go. So the Corvette has found new ownership. And Jimmy will step away and Russ Conklin will handle it for a little while. And in the meantime, we have 5 out of the next 6 vehicles are late model Challengers. Guys, and Chris Jacobs is down here to help us get through all these.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott, this, of course, is the 1-year only 2018 SRT Demon. And this one, thankfully, has been driven quite a bit. 7,100 miles on the clock. This, of course, is B5 blue, black interior, full leather. And as all Demons do, they've got the Alcantara on the steering wheel, which is a very nice touch. I love that. These are Demon-only wheels, and as the windshield indicates, you get the Demon crate with that. Now, what that is everything you need once you get to the racetrack. You've got your jack, you've got your actuator, and then you've got your skinny tires, which presumably you can put on the front, burn out the rears at the drag strip, and then put the fronts on the rear and drive home.
Perfect.
Yep, built for the quarter mile. Never any mystery there.
85 grand at no reserve. By the way, can I give you a little bit of a shout out here for what happened earlier?
Sure.
Okay. You bid successfully on a new car for you.
Yeah, 2023 Plum Crazy Super B. So I am stoked beyond stoked.
I know you are, man. That is really cool. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Chris, we all want to ride, Chris. Give us all a lap.
It's a 4-door, so let's all hop in.
Right on.
Beauty.
Hey, here's a 21 SRT Hellcat Red Eye, Chris, also at no reserve.
Yep, absolutely. And what's cool about this one is that also very low mileage here. Let me just get a look. Only 976 miles on the odometer here. Now, this we were talking about yesterday is a narrow body version. So, it's definitely got its own charms, but certainly it looks a little less stout than the wide body version.
It hasn't been to the gym.
No.
As much.
Has not been drinking its Red Bull.
That's all right. Next up is 22 Hellcat, SRT Hellcat.
Even lower mileage here, only 40 miles on the clock. Really cool color, graphite crystal. Black interior once again. Full leather interior, which is very nice. I mean, you're essentially getting a brand new car here. Once again, it's a narrow body. And this is, just for lack of a better word, just a Hellcat, not the Red Eye version, but certainly very, very stout in its own right at 707 horsepower. Sunroof car. The 5-spoke wheels, the color-matched calipers there. Those look like 4-piston in front. Plenty of stopping power for this hefty power plant under the hood.
55, 60, 60 pound out of bed, 55 in the back of it is 60 pounds back.
It's got that rear spoiler with the drop over the back quarters there. It's 2 style of rear spoilers on these cars, one that were a little shorter. This one's got the spillover. Looks like blacked out exhaust. Probably has a blackout package on this.
It does. Got the black package.
Hey Chris, what's your take on the plastic on the splitter in front? Some guys leave them, some guys take half of them off.
It's 2 camps. It's the Sneeches and the star-bellied Sneeches and the no star-bellied Sneeches. I prefer to take it off just for a cleaner look, but if it's a brand new car and you want to keep that spoiler scratch-free, of course you want to leave it on there.
Right.
But Dodge was even putting pink ones on there for a while.
I know. Exactly. That's kind of crazy. 58 on that one. And now we go to the last of this particular quartet, if you will, from 2022, the Challenger SRT Superstock, Chris.
This is the one I've really been looking forward to, not only because it's a super stock, but it's a really cool color, hell raisin, which is that kind of raisiny color. And again, you have the full leather interior with the Alcantara inserts, Alcantara on the steering wheel. You've got the Demon style wheels. So this one kind of vacillates between a red eye and a Demon as far as performance goes. This one is up to, I believe, what is it?
807.
807 horsepower.
Yes, sir.
Where the red eye is 797 and the Demon is 840 at full capacity.
Yeah, and your Super B that you picked up has those Demon wheels on it,
It does,
right?
which I really love. They're not quite as stout as these. The spokes are a little longer, but they are Demon style versus a red eye style.
Cool.
Hey, Scott, it's your turn to buy a car. I bought my SRT in Harrisburg in July. He just bought his Super B. You got to step up, Captain.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I'll take that challenge.
Or you could just buy me one, Scott. If you don't want to buy yourself one, you can just do it for me. I'll take it.
That's what I was thinking anyway,
Yeah,
Danielle.
of course.
Right, of course.
Danielle,
Such a gentleman.
Danielle, the opportunist.
Yes.
Right in.
I'm going to get her a Bentley.
Ooh.
Come on.
Just kidding.
No. Oh, well.
So that one sold in no reserve, and I got to say that was well bought for that super stock right there.
Right. Here is, in this group, it's a Camaro Banshee Trans Am concept car from 2010. We've got one more Challenger coming up after this car, but they just kind of snuck this in on us.
Yep, all business, 625 horse, 6.2 liter LS3 with a Pro Charger. Cover car and high performance Pontiac magazine way back in 2011. It was a sensation then. Lots of upgrades, lots of customization. 6-speed manual Tremec is the transmission choice.
A high bid on it of $60,000. And now back to the Mopar portion of the program, 23 Challenger Shakedown Edition wide body.
And Scott, this is one of the so-called last call models, the Shakedown. We see the shaker hood right there, harkening back to the 70s era Dodges. And what this one really has going for it, I'll tell you in 1 sec, as soon as the camera swings around and gets a look inside. Obviously full leather interior, but look at that between the seats, manual transmission. Gotta love that behind that stout Hemi engine. This one as well, only 63 miles on it, pitch black exterior. And yeah, it's all about rowing those 6 gears in this car.
60 to bid, 62, 60 pound dollar down two, 60 pound dollar down, 62 pounds for dollar last call, 60 to bid, 62 pounds. Close bid is 60 pounds.
Okay, 60,000. That's the high bid. This is the only one of the group of Mopars not selling at no reserve. I guess we're selling with a reserve. So it'll go to bid goes on, and we will send it over to Danielle Trotta, and I'm almost afraid to do that because I think she may have already picked out a car for me.
Spending your money, Scott. I would love to do it after I bring you this. Memory Lane, as you guys know, one of my favorite segments on the show. And Scott Hoke actually had a hand in this one. We're going to do something we've never done before. Typically, I pick a few pictures you guys submit of your favorite cars from years gone by on our Mecum Facebook page. But Scott got a message from one of our viewers, same guy, took pictures of 2 cars he absolutely loves, 50 years apart. Let's take a look from Dennis Neisman. The first picture, taken in 1973 with his Mach 1. Dennis says this Mustang was stock. It had a 351 Cleveland, some Keystone mags, and polyglass tires. He said, I had this 73 Mach 1 for 12 years and loved it. But this second picture, much more recent, taken 5 decades later. Here's Dennis now at the age of 72 years old, standing with his beloved 2019 Camaro SS. Dennis still has that need for speed. Scott, I guess once a car lover, always a car lover. Scott, thank you for the help on this trip down memory lane with Dennis. I love the side-by-side and his love for these 2 amazing rides 50 years apart.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, and Dennis is pretty happy with him for sure.
Dennis, what happened to brand loyalty? What happened there?
Well, you know what? He likes them all.
Time changes a man.
All right, this little 97 Prowler just sold for $28,500.
A little short of where we usually see these things trade. I would say to low to mid-30s, especially with an odometer that only reads about 303 miles. But goodbye. Well bought.
Okay, 2001 Rolls-Royce Corniche up on the block. $70,000 first bid.
Yeah, Danielle took a look at this a little earlier today. I'm thinking maybe Uncle Scott may step up and buy her this. Who knows?
I don't know.
Come on, Scott. It's only going to cost you north of probably about $100,000 if I'm guessing.
That's chump change.
Yeah, take a zero off, and now we're talking.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Just think of this. The original MSRP was $350,000.
That's right.
So it has slid back a little bit closer to the average person.
Do they have something similar to Airbnb for cars? Because we could probably afford that. Get this for a couple days.
Sure.
Right.
Cruise it around.
Okay, we are going to take a break as we roll on with our coverage from Glendale. A little bit more than an hour left, and this car's coming up soon. A 70 Chevelle Super Sport, big block too, 454, 360 horse, and a 4-speed. Thanks so much for being here today on ESPN Plus. Second day of our coverage from Mecum Glendale, inside the home of the Arizona Cardinals, and another sun-splashed day here in the desert. 1956 Eldorado Baritz convertible on our auction block now. This is Cadillac royalty.
Well, this car represents everything that Cadillac was trying to accomplish back in the mid-1950s, and that was to dominate the luxury field. And based on their sales, they had no trouble doing that. This has that 365 cubic inch V8 that debuted that year with that smooth automatic transmission, dual 4-barrel carburetors with a back wing air cleaner. Try finding one of those if you're restoring your Cadillac. Starlight Silver, black and white interior, power everything as you might expect. Even has the Autronic Eye, which was something that debuted on the Cadillac. It's just like a little, kind of like a one-eyed sensor up on the dashboard that would sense approaching traffic at night and would dim your headlights automatically. Chrome wire wheels, deep dish wire wheels, white wall tires.
He's not getting that at all to you.
77,000.
Three-owner car. It has not bounced around a lot.
Well, we got 77.
The internet has the high bid at 77.
I'll bet you 74. Yep.
Return is off. 70,
Okay.
80, 77, 80, 80 pounds and out of bid. 80 pounds out of
You know, that is not a super ultra Mondo Biondo high-end Baritz.
No.
So you could be okay with driving that carefully from time to time, right?
I would think you could, yes, and carefully being the operative word.
Right.
But you know, it also doesn't have that distinctive rear end that we saw in other vintage Eldorados. So yeah, it's a knockout, but we've seen others. Well, look at the Eldorado Brougham, right? With, stainless roof and all that. That's a car I don't think you want to drive anymore.
87 pounds and out of bid. 85, 87, 85, 87, water. 85, 87. Oh, we're going to give 87. 85, 87 pounds and all in, all done. 85, 87 pounds and...
Yeah, that rear end treatment would come out again in the 1957 and 58, very similar to that one. But you'll remember some of those Eldorados kind of have that porpoise rear end styling.
Yes.
Very rounded.
They do. Still working on it. Well, it did sell for $85,000. So a Buick LeSabre, 1963. This convertible is our next subject on the block.
And clearly by the appearance of the engine room, the speed driver quality, this is not a car that's had a big six-figure restoration, and that's good. It's going to get some use. 401 nailhead engine, automatic transmission. Lots of power accessories too. You know, when people couldn't afford a Caddy back in the 1960s, Buick, Oldsmobile, Pontiac, they were standing by ready to sell you a car, and this LeSabre is an example of it.
All right, and from the LeSabre to another Eldorado, but this one from 1976 now.
Little star power with this car, Scott, previously owned by Vancouver Canucks goalie Kirk McLean.
Oh.
500 cubic inch V8, that's that big, torquey Cadillac 500 cube engine with the automatic. One repaint in 2012. Otherwise, not really much has been done to the body in terms of repairs or repainting. A blue interior, lots of service records go along with it, along with the owner's manual too. Like to see that. Yeah, convertibles and Cadillacs seem to part ways just about this time.
Unless you had one of those convertibles,
yes,
the conversions.
100 cars were done, right?
Right.
Yeah.
$25,000 for this Eldorado convertible. And 1979 Trans Am coming into view here.
Yeah, back in 1979. This is the one you wanted if you wanted to go fast. This has the W72 performance package, WS6 suspension and handling as well. Matching numbers, 400 cube engine is the L78 V8 with a 4-speed close ratio manual. Ooh, that's a hoot right there. Cameo white. And it's got the eagle on the hood. I'm not going to call it a chicken. I'm done with the whole chicken deal.
50 pounds and 52 pounds and let's go.
Chicken-free zone.
52,000.
Yeah, a few other extras. Tinted glass. Formula steering wheel, rally gauges as well, and nope, coming up short, Scott.
Well, so we will have this 1972 VW Type 2 bus following up the Trans Am. Danielle, did you come up here because you want me to buy this bus for you? Is that the deal? Is that the one you've got your eye on for us?
Actually, I actually have a friend who collects buses, and I sent this to him a bit ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and asked him about it. He said, beautiful quality, good craftsmanship, very creative in the design, so he's a fan.
Good.
And he knows his buses. I think he owns like 7 or 8 of them.
Really?
Has restored them on his own, too, with his dad. So
Okay.
he knows what he's talking about. He liked this one.
Good. So I'm off the hook, Bill.
Yeah, I know. She kind of
Off the
avoided
hook.
that.
Not really my taste. Scott's off the hook on this one.
Oh, good deal. Yeah, the little Volkswagen engine, the flat 4, that's what's in that. And it's been played with. How about the mango green and black paint? Definitely not factory. Look at that. Ooh, little condo in there. Cooking surface and a pull-out bunk. New cabinets, too. Wooden camper cabinets. Black countertop. Well furnished.
48. 47. 48. 47. 48. 47, 48. Negative 48 pounds and out of bed.
Yeah, it's got the pop-out windshields, too.
Come on, Bob.
Collectors look for that.
And I think when they pop out like that, the windshield and the actual windows is a great indicator they're all original, right? They could not.
Probably not something someone would fabricate.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably as from the factory.
Probably original glass there.
Yeah.
See that shifter? Look at that thing.
Oh,
can you see it in there?
Yeah, that'll make it even harder to find the gears.
Behind the curtain.
Yeah. Yeah, the longer the lever, the less precise the shifting, but
it's all about the visual there.
Yeah,
man.
believe me, I've driven these Volkswagens. A little rubbery is the way I like to describe it.
Well, we promised you this car a little while ago, and this is a perfect example of blue chip Mecum auction muscle car from 1970. Chevelle Super Sport, big block 4-speed here, Bill.
And this is an important part of the story. The previous owner installed an LS6 engine and raced it, but reinstalled the original engine some time ago. So it now is a numbers matching Chevelle with a 454, the 360 horse LS5 in it. 4-speed, got the bill sheets.
77's bid, 80,000.
Wow, this was a fast car. I mean, this ran 12 seconds at 110 and a quarter mile. This is back in 1986, 1988 rather. Wow, that is no slouch. That color we love, the cranberry red, the Super Sport stripes.
Okay, there's the reserve coming off. You see it at 82 grand.
This now has 331 gears in the back. I'd be hard-pressed to believe it could run 12s with those gears. But other than that, that car will get you there quick.
We got it. Congrats. I can't believe it. We got it.
Okay. Chevy Super Sport, $82,000. Beautiful car. Still an hour to go, and we'll resume our coverage after the timeout.
So 40, whoa! $200,000.
Jimmy really did break a gavel earlier. We may break some records tomorrow with some showstoppers I'll hand you in just a moment. Our coverage beginning tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Time on our new home right here, ESPN Plus. Still an hour to go today. But come on back tomorrow for our final day here in Glendale. Some of the headliners I want to show you. Coming your way tomorrow, the 70 Dodge Challenger Havoc Coupe, and it'll wreak havoc on this crowd. Took 3 years, 10,000 man-hours to build. A menacing gray paint color. This has won a lot of awards, and for good reason. A custom Mopar like no other. Also, stick around on Saturday for the 61 Ford Galaxy Starliner hardtop. Piece of art is the best way to describe this, and big as a boat. 16.5 feet long. It measures nose to tail, award-winning Sonoma Jewel metallic exterior and beautiful chestnut interior, known as the Boss Liner, courtesy of its Boss 9 V8 engine. And finally, check this out, 2016 McLaren 675 LT Spider gonna cross the block tomorrow. A stunning McLaren in volcanic red. And I love the mileage, guys. Very low, only 832 miles on this 2016 edition. Turbocharged beast. It can top over 200 miles per hour, 205 to be exact. All of these headliners coming your way on our final day in town. Tomorrow, Scott and Bill, these beauties are not to be missed.
Well said, Danielle. Not one of them. That McLaren, by the way, is already in the Paint Hall of Fame, and we haven't even had it on the auction block yet. Plus, don't forget the Ferrari Festival that's coming up tomorrow as well.
All three of those cars, top shelf through and through.
Here's a 2000 Rolls-Royce Corniche convertible.
What's with all the rollers here we've had, huh? This is kind of lost count. Yeah, the 2000 year, 325 horsepower, 6.75 liter V8 provides the power. That's a factory silver pearl metallic color. And this is one of the last generation of the crew hand-built Rolls-Royces. Of course, Rolls-Royce now owned by BMW, which is kind of a crazy marriage, but that's the case. One of only 374 built between the final 2000 and 2002 production years. So some rarity involved with this Rolls-Royce convertible. All the extras, all the features. And that car.
It's going to bid goes on.
Went to bid goes on.
I believe, yes. 70 in the 70s. In the meantime, a 66 Chevelle Super Sport at $50,000.
Oh, Scott, I'm telling you, when I was a teenager, this is one of those must-have muscle cars for so many people in my generation. This is a real super sport, 138's in the VIN, built out in Fremont, California. The This is the Lopo 396, 325 horsepower. Get a 360 or a 375 if you want it. But this engine's had some work done to it. Carburetion's been upgraded with high energy ignition. It's been rebuilt and balanced. Has a roller assembly from EPWI. And boom, reserve is off. New owner coming soon.
52K.
52, sold $52,000, Jordy Hunter.
And there it is, selling right there, just north of 50,000. Here is a big block Corvette for us, Bill. 400 horse, 427 in fact.
Yes. And the hydraulic lifter, 400 horsepower, 427 in 1967, allowed you to get air conditioning from the factory. This one, however, does not have it. Matching numbers engine.
Aftermarket steering wheel, you saw that as we peeked in the interior.
Yes.
Not only did that hydraulic lifter engine give you the opportunity for air, but it also gave you an engine that was a little bit less finicky, yes?
Yeah, because you didn't have to do the solid lifters, the adjustment of the valve train, which obviously made it more user-friendly. Yeah, that's the L68. That was the number of that, option number for that engine. And this one also has 4-speed, posi rear end, colors rally red with a black stinger and interior, side exhaust, nice big blocks with side exhaust. Oh, can they make the music? Rally wheels too. And 1967, that was the first year you get that tank sticker. That's very important to Corvette collectors.
Well, the bid goes on at 90 on that Vet. And here is the 79 Cadillac convertible. We were just talking about it a few moments ago. Chris previewed this earlier, and of course, they didn't make a convertible. Cadillac didn't in 1979. However, they were available.
Yeah, if you knew who to talk to and you had the money, you could have it done. Le Cabriolet is the name of the model. And coach builders Hess and Eisenhart were responsible for converting the coupe DeVille into the drop top.
75.
It was sold through Cadillac dealers, so it was recognized by General Motors as a Cadillac.
75.
Caddy powertrain, nothing mechanically unusual or particularly distinctive with what they've done here. This is all about getting the top off of it.
77. You got to be 80. It's at the end of the block. You want to try? I won't ask you again.
Pretty car. Wide wheels, wide white wall tires.
Oh, they got it. Now
white and red.
All right, we out. All right, now. Yeah, okay.
Absolute
no problem
time
at all.
capsule here too. You got to think this is one of the lowest mileage Le Cabriolets in existence, considering there's only 100 of them.
Yeah, and you wonder how many of those are left.
True.
Yeah.
Now offering
Well, $82,000 enough to buy the Cadillac. And you can amaze and confuse your friends. Going to the car show with a 79 convertible.
Win a few bar bets.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Chris Jacobs hanging out over in the 303 staging lane. What's coming up, my friend?
Well, we got this great one going from a GM Le Cabriolet convertible to a Ford convertible. In 1968, Ford wanted to boost its Mustang sales in California, so they tried something a little bit gimmicky, a car that they called the GTCS, which is the GT California Special. This is powered by a Cleveland 351, and the easiest way to tell the difference between a Cleveland and a Windsor pretty much is the radiator hose. For the Clevelands, they are vertical and go down into the block. The Windsors are horizontal and they come out of the front of the intake. Also, the bolt patterns are slightly different. The Clevelands use an 8-bolt pattern on the valve covers, where the Windsors use a 6-bolt pattern. But yeah, really cool looking car. They wanted to get a little bit of that Shelby flavor, which is why it's looking so much like a Shelby here. Some slight upgrades here. Newer steering wheel. They've upgraded the sound system. And of course, good wheels by my good friend Chip Foose there. Those are Magnums with the bolt pattern around. And as you see here on the rear quarter, there is that script California Special. They plan to make about 5,000 of these for sold only on the California market. Ended up making about 4,100, so relatively rare. This one done up beautifully in Calypso coral with that black interior. Really nice car. Guys, back to you.
Well, they didn't want to telegraph their passes, but the California Special has the same initials as Carroll Shelby. So, you know.
Lots of subtleties.
Yes. Yeah, there was something going on behind the scenes.
Good pickup. Good point. We are back on the block now with a 71 C10. They're just closing the hood. Unfortunately, because that engine room was absolutely spectacular.
Oh, God, yeah. Man, they went nuts on that motor. 6-liter LS engine. It's had a cam put in it, fuel injection system with a 102-millimeter intake from Fast, custom headers, Borla dual exhausts. And that pretty much wraps up the engine. Transmission, 6L90E. And the paint work, and the chrome work, and the stainless, and the fit and finish. Beyond description. Delicious.
I'm just trying to see what kind of wheels those are. They're spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah, they you know, those could be one-offs too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Good point. A 1970 Camaro Z28 now.
1970, the Z28 world changed from the first-gen cars to the second-gen cars. 350, small block, rated at 360, basically the same engine that went into the LT1 Corvette, but there was no way they were going to let a Camaro have the same horsepower rating as a Corvette. So there really wasn't a whole lot of difference between those two motors. This one was a manual 4-speed, but an automatic became available in the Z28 in 1970. Originality everywhere. Original color of classic copper, original sheet metal and bumpers, and the 12-bolt rear end with positive traction with 331 gears that have been added. They're going to send along a set of 410 gears along with this car to the new buyer. And not a car that's super high in mileage, about 46,000 miles on the odometer, if that's actually documented mileage.
Okay.
Now offering up 268.
And documented at 40,000 for the sale price here. Pickup truck time once again, and let us stay in 1968, and the counterpart to the cars in Chevrolet stable was the C10. However, that is no ordinary 68 engine.
No, 502 crate right there with ramjet fuel injection. Good choice, and a sanitary installation, and that engine room is surgical. Transmission-wise, turbo 400, and some dress-up pieces, as you can see. Oh, that bed is beautifully finished. And you gotta love that blue color with a matching blue interior with gray accents. It's all leather. Air ride suspension, adjust the ride height, AccuAir, Ride Tech components. On-board air tank for that suspension system and power-coated pieces underneath. Vintage air, custom outlets. Money, money, money in this build.
You know, it's funny, you mentioned the blue on that pickup truck. It's after 5 o'clock, so the sun's starting to go down, and it kind of gives it a little bit of a purple tinge here in the stadium, doesn't it?
It does, and you mentioned something yesterday that I think we should repeat, and that is the lighting in here is sometimes thrown us a little curve on how these paint jobs look.
Right. I didn't say anything, but on that Corvette, that rally red Corvette a little while ago, it didn't look quite rally red.
Had a little hue to it that may not have looked original.
Right. Anyway, just a couple of observations from a couple of guys here in the booth. And 1967 Bronco on our auction block right now.
High-end Bronco, 1967, the second year for the Gen 1 trucks. 289, kind of a vintage engine choice for this. Original 289 V8 engine. Now, a lot of guys will swap them out for the 302, even if we've seen Coyotes, but they stuck with that original 289.
So that's an A-code 289, right?
That would, well, if it's got the 4-barrel, yeah.
Okay.
But they've done so much to this truck.
Right.
You know, I'm trying to trace exactly what's original and what isn't, but man, they went wacko here. C4 automatic transmission, 2-barrel carburetor. Okay, I just saw that, so we're looking C code.
Okay.
But the sound system, the brakes, the suspension, the interior fit, accessories. Oh, the list goes all the way down this page. That's wintergreen pastel pearl with ivory accents. Slotted mags. Look great.
We're parked on 70 for a moment.
We're going to talk it over. 72. Internet. 75. Oh, reserves off. There's a surprise. 72. 75,000. 72. Internet. Yes or no? $75,000. 72 bid. 75. 72, 75 bid. Anyone else? I'd get a bit of a 75, 72. I'd get a bit of a 5 bid. It is 75,000.
You ain't walking home.
72 sold. 72,000.
Yeah, what do we say?
Okay, $72,000. Buys that 67 Bronco.
Yep, about half of what it costs for that build. And as we always say, you can pay a lot and do it yourself, or find the one that you really like and come to Mecum and get it for a lower price.
Well, if you don't like that 67 Bronco.
Not wild enough for me, Scott. I need something wild.
How about the 73 Bronco?
Oh, you delivered. Yeah. How about this one? This one's got a 351, board and stroke to 410 cubes.
Wow.
Beauty. 5-speed manual and a Dana 20 transfer case. Twin stick transfer case. Oh, there's the engine. Spotless. I mean, I wouldn't want to even get my fingerprints in that engine room. Long travel driveline by Adams Dana 44, high pinion front axle, 456 gears. ARB locker and heavy duty steering system as well. Curry 9-inch rear end, 33 spline axle shafts. Good heavy duty beefy stuff underneath there. Raceline wheels, Cooper SST Pro tires. Disc brakes, yep, Willwoods. All 4 corners. And some accommodation of safety with a roll cage.
Close that one at 95,000.
Just some accommodation to safety, not completely, right?
No,
a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know whether you could make that completely safe.
The high bid here, $95,000. 45 minutes left. We'll continue here from the Valley in a moment. Welcome back to Mecum Glendale here on ESPN Plus. You know, we've just gotten through the majority of the harsh winter into spring. The driving season is still coming up for us. But you know what? 303 products still safeguard your car from the harshest elements that nature can throw at it. And it keeps your cars looking like new. 303 products not only undergo rigorous internal testing, they have 40 years of testing out in the field. There you see the website. You can go there and find out much more about 303's product line. 303, proven to protect your car, helping them stand the test of time. So we welcome you back to the block here. This is 1968 AMC AMX, and all those initials say Bill Stevens approved, huh?
Be afraid, be very afraid. Oh, AMC, you know what? If you built these, you'd still be in business. Man, oh man. Built by Fastlane Fabrications in Jefferson, Maryland. Let me quickly go down what you're looking at here, because there's a lot. Blown 572 Chevy Big Block, dyno tested at 1,142 horsepower. 2 big race prepped 4-barrel carburetors, MSD ignition, the headers from Sanderson, and a race prep turbo 400 transmission, Griffin radiator that's got a real job on its hands to keep that engine cool, and a dual bottle nitrous system and mounts as well. I'm guessing 7 or 8 second quarter mile. It's got 4-link. It's Pro Street. Good Lord. Help me, help me.
Well, Bill, that one reaches a high bid of $45,000. But while we were in the commercial break, did you see this? A 2023 Copo Camaro with an engine the size of Pinnacle Peak, and I hate to bring that up twice in the same show.
Yeah.
Valve cover's about as big as my leg.
Oh, yeah, totally. Drag racing all the way. That's got 1,000 horsepower, okay, as long as we're talking about 4 figures in our engine room. Wow. Racing automatic transmission, set up for the quarter mile, even has wheelie bars in the back. It's ready to go.
Man,
well,
it went 162,500.
I think we need to take that and the AMC over to Firebird Raceway and have a match race.
Great idea.
Yeah, I would love that.
Let's go. All right, 162.5. That's that's top 10 here today. 70 GTO Ram Air 3 now at $50,000, and very quickly it sells there.
Back to the real world. Ram Air 3 GTO from 1970, 366 horsepower, and the Turbo 400 Turbo Hydromatic. Nice package. Nice package.
Here's a 71 custom Chevy pickup truck, the C10.
Wow. A skillion-million of these have we seen on the block here in Glendale. This got a trick engine, 5.3 liter LS. It's aluminum. Stage 2 cam. Inside, been reworked, new engine bearings. Yeah, to keep everything working properly. Holley computer and wiring harness. That's one of those plug-and-play systems. A lot of guys are going to. The transmission, an automatic 4L65E that's been rebuilt. And the color choice, copperhead and cool vanilla. Boy, they definitely talk to each other, huh? Great choice of wheels. This was a C10 Nationals Truck of the Year runner-up between 1970 and 72. That is the year of the category that it competed in.
You want to sell it?
So this one, definitely worthy.
Where you at? We're looking for 50 is what we are.
Truck off the block. Aluminum 5.3 LS fired. Got the over popular 4L65E automatic.
No,
Truck's
he's asking
air
for
lowered
50.
Disc brakes. 40 bid, somebody get 50,000.
How much would you guys take for it?
You're going to get $45,000 on that truck before let it go. $45,000 the truck off the block. $45,000 a bid.
No.
$45,000. $45,000 a bid. You want it? You're going to get $42,000. $42,000. Yeah, me too. $40,000 a bid. You're going to get $42,000. Still say yeah. I'm going to bid $42,000.
No, for 42.
$42,000.
He's asking for that. We can't do it, guys. Thank you for bringing.
Okay, Jesse Kopp there with the consigners, and they're a little bit too far apart, so.
Yeah, I think the consigner's wise to hang on to it. I think he would have been giving it away at that
Fair.
price point.
All right, so quick timeout here, and more cars still to come after the break. That's a view from afar at State Farm Stadium. Back off in the distance, the Westgate Entertainment District, all part of this complex here in Glendale, Arizona. We welcome you back into the stadium to our live coverage today on ESPN Plus with a 68 Camaro. And it looks like it could be knocking on the door of Pro Touring, Bill.
Scott, this is the best custom car show I've ever been to. When you take a look at what we've seen come through here today, there's just no limit to some of the quality hot rods that have graced the Mecum block. This was a 2-year comprehensive restoration and custom Pro Touring build on this Camaro. Hurst 4-speed manual transmission. Boy, that's old school, man. With a 572 big block at 641 horsepower. Ooh, you better do a little working out in the gym before you try to handle that kind of power. Lamborghini Opel medium gray metallic. Don't see that color used very much on custom cars. A lot of great body work to straighten all of the sheet metal on this car before it got the paint job. 4-wheel disc brakes. Foose wheels, Mickey Thompson Sportsman tires.
Call home.
Excellent ride, and it's going to sell.
72, 9 have.
Yeah, reserve comes off 70 grand.
70,000 sold, $70,000 dealer at Megan.
Now offering up 278, 72 international Travelall.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if you mentioned 641 horsepower.
Now, how would I not mention that?
just checking.
Okay, all right.
And yeah, that more than enough checks the Pro Touring box, but it sells for $70 here in Glendale. Well, it's all about finding the right compromise, if you will, sometimes to get the finances straightened out between buyer and seller. Well, if you're on the buyer end and you need a little bit of help with getting your finances ready to go, check with the guys at Mecum Financial. They are here on site. You can also go to the website, mecumfinancial.com, and they'll and I know you know this from personal experience, they'll help you get it ready to go.
Oh my, tell them Bill Stevens sent you. Boy, did they do a great job, and I bought my Grand Cherokee SRT.
Very cool. Okay, here is a 1972 International Travelall. This is a big boy.
Yeah, well, you know, you just take a Scout and you put an air hose in it and you blow it up, and you kind of wind up with something like this. Yeah,
this is your original three-row seating SUV, huh?
It looks like it could be. It's got the 3 seats in there and plenty of room for everybody. Power comes from a 6.2 liter supercharged crate motor, 4L85E 4-speed automatic with overdrive. Lots of other changes to the drivetrain as well. Twin stick transfer case and Dana 60 axles. Everything underneath that truck, sandblasted and powder coated, 4-link suspension, coilover shocks. And that's all underneath. Inside, beautiful custom leather interior by Perfect Stitch. All righteous, all done according to the book.
$92,000 bought it, and I guess, yeah, the Suburban would qualify as maybe earlier than that, going back to the late 30s, and those National Park Service buses would have more than that, right?
Yeah, they handle more than 3 seats worth of people.
So 90+ grand for that International. Here's another C10, this from 1970.
Short bed model, nut and bolt, total restoration. 350 V8, that's been played with too. Edelbrock performance intake and carb. Upgraded camshaft. I'm guessing maybe 350 horsepower or so. It's got headers, turbo 350 automatic. Power steering and brakes, vintage air. Riddler wheels this time with Nitto tires. Yeah, we might get a sneak now at the pickup bed in the back, hardwood finish, and stainless runners.
1944 custom pickup with a V8. Vintage
43 is bid.
Yeah, somewhere, I'd say around 50, maybe a little less.
Trev Morvek has the auctioneer's microphone in hand, so he's working us through this. 45 is now bid. Nicely done in the engine room.
Polishing, chrome, powder coating, some billet pieces. Nice.
Well, we've moved on to a 40 Ford pickup truck.
More pickup trucks than we know what to do with. Crate 350. That pulley system, by the way, real favorite with builders these days, called a front runner pulley system. Easy to install, very reliable, looks great. Buttock steering wheel and lots of other accessories inside. Video gauges, polished steering column, tilts, leatherette steering wheel. Banjo style, as I mentioned.
Sold 65 pounds at our next Bracklin.
Okay, this one sells $65,000 at no reserve. Let's check in real quickly with Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Scott Hoke. Coming up tomorrow, a beautiful collection of Corvette customs we've been showing you over the course of the next 2 days. And here's another that I can't wait to see cross the block. A 1958 Corvette custom, a restoration done by Classic Reflection Coachworks. It's a 1958 conversion using computer-engineered carbon fiber body panels, Built on a 2013 C6 chassis, 6.2-liter LS3 V8 engine, automatic transmission. Look at this interior too, just the detail, the customization, including custom wheels and tires. I really don't, Scott. I don't know how you choose from this Keith Lloyd collection. There are so many flawless customs to choose from. They are all coming your way tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, that one you're showing us right now, Danielle, Classic Reflections Coachwork, that's CRC out of Seattle that I have been talking about this weekend. And those cars are just fabulously engineered. They don't do them anymore, but I must say that I got a chance to drive one of their cars from Carlisle, Pennsylvania to the Corvette factory down in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and what an experience that was. Oh, it was great.
How'd you score that deal?
Well, we were doing a little TV show, and they said, hey, we need to bring this car down to the factory in Bowling Green for an event. I said, send me in, coach.
Cool. And they did.
Yeah.
Made sure their insurance was paid up, didn't they?
Yeah, they checked that first.
Here's an 07 Hummer H2 that Frank is trying to get the reserve. Well, there is no reserve, so he's working with a bidder on it at $35,000.
Going to sell. This is the H2. This is the little downsized version of the Jumbo Hummer.
It's a wholesaler you're betting against, so you know you're fine.
Magnuson supercharger on that 6-liter V8. That will help it move along a little bit better. And it sells.
Yep. 37 grand. Okay. Once again, things aren't always as they appear.
Oh boy.
This is a 1955 Power Wagon. However, it's not a Dodge. It's a Fargo, Canadian market only version of the Dodge, if you will. I've never seen one.
I can't recall. Yep. Well, here we go. We are going to break new ground here at Mecum with this truck. Yep, 230 cubic engine line 6-cylinder engine, which sounds suspiciously like the first engine that went into the 53 Corvette. Wouldn't that be crazy? 4-speed manual transmission, 4-wheel drive. And it has an original appearance to it, Scott. You know, having never seen one. But I would have to say, it doesn't look like it's gone through a lot of modifications. Of course, it's been repainted and detailed. And going to somebody
that's a cool truck for that guy.
Has wanted a Fargo Power Wagon.
Frame off restored to the 9s, but back to stock appearing. And what a beauty it is. Lots of moments from which to choose today, but we've landed on one for our State Farm moment of this fantastic Friday here in Glendale. Let's flash back to a little earlier in the day, 1970 C10 Cheyenne pickup, black tan interior. Check it out. 5 1/4 horse, 6.2 liter GM Performance LS3 V8 with a Whipple supercharger. Total restoration and update. Dakota Digital RTX cluster, high-end sound system, kicker amp. Oh yeah, $125,000 the hammer price, and right there is your new owner. He could not be happier. Very fitting. All smiles. That's our State Farm moment of the day. And State Farm is offering surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. While we were telling you about that truck, this one, Bill Stevens, just gabbled for $105,000 from 1957.
Oh, a beauty. 383 stroker, upgraded automatic transmission, began life as a 700 R4, and on and on and on. Look at the finish on that truck. Ooh, baby.
Here's a 63 C10 Custom. Sitting nice and low to the ground.
Oh, Scott, they keep getting better and better. Custom frame-up build on this. Yo. 350 cube V8. You see that a million times. Boy, those engines are so durable and so flexible. They'll go into anything. Turbo 350 automatic. Power stuff like steering and brakes. And a great color choice. We don't have a name for that blue, but it's non-metallic. It's a solid color, but boy, does it just lay beautifully on that Chevy pickup.
$26,000, Alex, $26,000.
Not a lot of money here either, $26,000.
Oh, good for them. You guys done good.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, we still have, I don't know, 20 minutes, a little bit less than that left in our show. How about another Corvette for you from
Mid-year.
66?
Oh, thank you very much, Captain. 327 in this 66 Corvette Coupe. Of course, by 1969, the 327 was replaced by the 350. Matching numbers, that's the motor that it was built with a Power Glide automatic transmission. I'm going to close my eyes and I'll bet you I can tell you. Small block, okay, automatic transmission, factory air conditioning. Yes or no? I'm telling you. Usually that is the way that these small blocks with automatics were ordered. There you see the AC controls at the top of the center stack there with the outlet. Side exhaust too. Don't know if they're- huh?
I was going to say
Knockoff wheels, yep.
And four-wheel discs.
Yeah. Yeah, that exhaust system and those wheels could have been added later, but man, that car checks off all the boxes for anybody that wants just a nice, quiet, easy to maintain, comfortable Corvette cruiser.
Sounds like the perfect car for you. Quiet and easy to maintain.
Yeah, you got that wrong.
Hey, let's check in with Chris. We've got a full day of stuff coming up tomorrow. What do you have for us, my friend?
Yeah, Scott, well, you and I are both Porsche lovers. 13 Porsches will be crossing the auction block tomorrow on Saturday, and this is definitely one of the stars. Now, in the Porsche world, the 73 RS 2.7 is legendary, and this one's even more rare because it's a lightweight. Only 200 of those were produced in 1973, and that lightweight was achieved by using thinner steel for the body panels, thinner glass for the windows, and lightweight fiberglass bumpers, both front and rear. This car is done up in this beautiful tangerine color over black. Obviously, the 2.7 flat 6 behind the bonnet made it up to a 5-speed transmission. And once again, a lightweight, so highly desirable car here. And hopefully this car will sell. And if it does, I'm expecting it to go into the 7-figure range, Scott.
Oh, there is no doubt about that, Chris. Those 2.7 liter lightweights, man, you go to any Porsche event, you don't need a credential. That is your credential to get in the door.
Yeah.
Wow, what a car. And we'll have coverage beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern, high noon out here in the valley. Here is 1958 Packard Hawk. Bill, while we have some time.
Well, it's got that catfish front end, as you can see. That's what we called it back in the day. The Hawk Coupe, boy, these were dark times for Packard. They had kind of joined up with Studebaker, and what a story. I mean, Studebaker and Packard, they merged, and Packard thought, hey, we're saved, we're going to stay in business. But Studebaker did not reveal that they were in money trouble. So that whole marriage kind of fell apart real quick. So these cars are really beginning to gain some collector interest because of the story behind them and the fact that they really weren't mass produced. This was the only year of production for this particular model of the Packard 289 V8, not the Ford. That is the bespoke 289 from the folks at Studebaker with a McCulloch supercharger. Automatic transmission, a lot of the stuff has been rebuilt. And that's a very important car in Studebaker history, if you could say that.
And a bid goes on car here today in Glendale. We move to a 1969 Roadrunner now with a 383 under the hood. There you see it.
Yep, standard fare, second year for the Roadrunner. That's the 383 335 horse engine with a torque flight and a lot of effort put into maintaining the originality of this Roadrunner. B5 blue, satin black hood stripes, we see that a lot. Air grabber hood. New things such as the vinyl seats and the beep beep horn, front wheel and rear axle bearings. So the maintenance items have been kept up with. In the rear, non-original, we've got air shocks, aftermarket air shocks in there. 15-inch Magnum 500 style wheels that just set off any Mopar from this vintage perfectly.
So $50,000, Jared.
Lot F2, 92.
There we go, 50 grand buys the Roadrunner. Love that color combination.
Oh yeah, the
Is that
B5.
I'm just looking at that top. That's not a gator grain top, is it? Kind of looked like it. Maybe it was just a funny light.
Yeah, it's kind of a textured look to it. But,
okay.
Yeah.
1970 El Camino Super Sport now.
Oh, look at that. We have been diddling with this one. High Performance 502 with aluminum heads, balanced and blueprinted. Turbo 400 with a high stall speed converter for effortless launches. This is a factory Super Sport, by the way. It's a real one. Restoration, excellent. Upgrades, perfect. 12-volt rear end posi with 331 gears.
30. Take 29 from you.
Big 850 CFM Holley carburetor. That's a big one. MSD ignition for plenty of spark. Aluminized headers, Flowmaster exhaust. Wow, that's a buy, huh?
$29,000. Those guys in the front row have been pretty busy here in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
Man, they got something to be excited about.
Sure. Here's another one to be excited about. Camaro RSSS convertible from 1969 at no reserve.
All back to original. 300 horse, 350. Body off restoration about 10 years ago. And some of these restorations are amazing to me because how well they've held up, how great they look after all that time. How about a T10 4-speed manual transmission, not a Muncie. That's a Borg Warner T10. Power brakes, cowl induction hood, hideaway headlights. As you expect with the RS package. Hugger orange, yay. Custom weave interior. Super Sport, wheels, spoilers, tinted glass, and bumper guards. Lots of boxes checked off when that car was ordered from the Norwood, Ohio assembly plant back in 1969.
59.
Thank you, Derek.
What are we going to do, guys? $59,000, 59 or 60. That would be the smart bid. You want to give 60, sir? Yeah, why don't you just do that? 60. All right, let me give 60. Want to give 60?
Another car that comes across the block, the convertibles without the top down. And some of the consigners have reason for that. If they've replaced the rear window, they want to crease it or make it look as if it's been through the war.
Sure. Well, 57,000 buys that Camaro. We'll take our final timeout. Our top sellers are still ahead, and we have some time for a few more vehicles on the block. Let's catch you up, if you will, on our top sellers from this Friday in Glendale. In the number 3 spot, that's 69 Boss 429, always a contender for this time of the show. KK number 1873, in this case, brought $245,000. Absolutely spectacular 2014 Ferrari 458 Spider with pretty low mileage too, 5,600 and change, a 562 horse 4.5 liter V8, $260,000 on the price tag. But far and away, and not a surprise, the top seller today, the 2005 Ford GT, looks a little unusual. That's because it's one of only 2 red striped Elite GTs from 2005 sold with the standard cast aluminum wheels from BBS. The odometer, 134 miles, and all of that put together adds up to a $550,000 price tag. Our number 1 car today, no contenders. There you see it. Another Ferrari in the 4th spot with one of those custom Corvettes from 58 there, Bill.
Yeah, the Corvette kind of muscled its way into the top 5, but Ford and Ferrari pretty much call the tune for most of the day today.
We'll see what tomorrow holds. 6 more hours coming your way beginning at 3 Eastern tomorrow here on ESPN Plus. While we have a minute, time for a 67 Chevelle, especially when it looks this good.
Oh boy. 1 year only body style of 67 Chevelle like this one. This is built as a super sport replica. Metallic orange paint and the powertrain, plenty, 396. And a 3-speed automatic transmission, my guess, is a turbo hydromatic. And it's got a 4-core radiator. And you know what? These builds now with these hot engines, these Griffin aluminum radiators really help to make them drivable in the hot weather.
Okay, once more, let's send it over to Chris and get a glimpse at something we can expect tomorrow.
Yes, sir, Scott. Well, Bill, earlier you said that this was the coolest custom car show you've ever been to. I couldn't agree more, and this car is one of the reasons why. Get a load of this 64 Ford Fairlane 500 Custom. Under the hood is a 5.0 Coyote topped off by a Roush 2 supercharger, making 600 horsepower. And check out where the air flows in. These inner headlight bezels each are an intake, feeding the air into that supercharger. Unbelievable build here. Look at this custom interior as well. Just gorgeous. Stock appearing, but fully customized. Satin finish Budnick wheels in front of Willwood brakes at all 4 corners. This car is an absolute stellar beauty. Not a single flaw. Look at the rear picking up the wheels and the front as well with that satin finish. What a gorgeous, gorgeous car. And a driver, too. The consignor told me he drove this 2,500 miles on the Hot Rod Power Tour. What a car. Going across the block tomorrow. Scott?
Wow.
I love a Mopar guy going nuts over a Ford.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I think? Bill, it's almost your bedtime. You might just curl up in the back seat of that car and spend the night here in the stadium.
Oh, I would be tempted. And, you know, I got to just mention, the high beams have those inlets straight out of a Ford Thunderbolt.
Oh, totally. Yeah, totally. You read my mind on that one, too. That is super cool. Thanks, CJ. Here's a 68 Mustang convertible while we have a few more moments.
Yeah, once again, this is full tilt all the way. Nothing has been overlooked. Roundup restoration by a longtime Mustang specialist, and you can see that in the finished product. 351 Cleveland C6. That's that high-performance automatic from Ford. You see a lot of those on the big block Ford powertrains.
This is a California special replica.
It is, and I think we saw this earlier, in fact. I mentioned how CS could be California special or Carroll Shelby, if you're really paying attention. Yeah, a lot of Shelby cues styling-wise on this, including the side scoops and the tail lights, and, you know, just the basic appearance of it with the roll bar there that we saw on the Shelby Mustang. So, yeah.
That is 45, yeah.
Oh, they're close. There it is. Right on. 50 grand. Enough to get that reserve lifted. And it might just sell right there.
$50,000 next back.
And indeed it does. Great way to end up the show today here on ESPN Plus with a $50,000 sale on that California special replica. Well, folks, 2 days down. 1 to go here in Glendale. Make sure you join us, as we've been saying, tomorrow starting at 3 p.m. Eastern and noon West here on ESPN Plus. We will find out what car has what it takes to become our Mecum top seller here in Glendale 2025. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, the entire gang here in the Valley, I'm Scott Hogan. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
400 pounds.